Well, hey everybody, how are we doing? Hello. Oh. I'm going to just play a game while we're warming up, while we're waiting for more people to come in here, and then we'll get to the news of the day. Mothman and I went to Femboy Hooters. I am so happy for you. Misanthropic. One of the many woke COD characters. Hey, Star. Oh, I guess my choices are Nuketown Holiday or Nuketown Holiday. Okay. How are we doing? How's everybody feeling today before we get into so much is happening. We got some stuff to watch. We got some stuff to react to. (1970s or 67) film Gamera versus Gauss. I hate it. Has a fantastic username. Yeah, I'm not feeling Nuketown Holiday. It's too white. Like, it's too snowy. Doing good. All right, we're just waiting for everybody. I might only play one round, one match. Just waiting for everybody to get in here so we can do the thing. The wealthy and powerful, regrettably human. The good news is they have the same vulnerability and that they need to eat, sleep, so they should be very much afraid. Unfortunately, money buys a lot of shit that can watch them while they eat and sleep and shoot people who might do anything about that eating and sleeping. Whoa, shit. Oh, that was climactic. That was fucking just straight through the wall, bitch. That was like that one shot in Dread. Whoop. Ah, boo. Sup, chat. Hey, Johnny Viral. Man. Oh, I heard that coming too. Excuse me. Come on, y'all. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We got this, chat. We don't got this, chat. We don't got this at all, chat. If I'm being real with y'all. Damn it. I knew. Thoughts on the gaming awards? Very few. Yeah, we talked about this. Bitch, I'm on your side. The fuck? Yeah, very, very few. After having played COD 1? COD 1? Like the original COD 1? The Infinity Ward, like, what was that? That would have been 2005? 2004. Because 2005, Call of Duty 2 was a launch game for the 360. I believe. Fuck you! Haha! Damn it. You know, they got better. I need you to know that they got better, right? Like I'm not gonna say they're all great, but like, if you missed Modern Warfare, if you're like, ah, no, this Modern Warfare shit, I played COD 1, fuck this Modern Warfare stuff, like, oh, you're missing out. Oh, that's so, well, great. Great. Am I trying to break ground being? I probably am one of the best NB Call of Duty players, and I feel like my prowess is speaking for itself. Bitch. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go. Let's go. This is, you know, this is a great warm up for the stream, I feel. This is getting me in the mood for thinking about violence. Great. Great, great, great. Oh yeah, I would say I'm excited for Witcher 4. I would say Witcher 4 I am. Like, I talked about it on last stream, which was more of just like a basic gaming stream, but like, Witcher 4 is, or Witcher 3 is one of my favorite games ever. I've beaten it about 3 times all the way through. And yeah, I fuck with, like, whatever Witcher 4 is, whatever I feel about things like Cyberpunk, I'm there day one for Witcher 4. You better believe that. All right, chat, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in.
Watch out! Get the UAV on grid. Spotted enemy spring mine. Start. Archangel ready for use.
Fuck. Oh, we were locked in for a second.
Archangel prepping fire.
Nope. All right, let's. Oh, how the turntables.
Hostile Semtex.
What? Oh, okay. All right, it's okay.
Requesting recon above. Archangel go.
Oh, bitch.
Deploying Archangel.
UAV MTL 50%. Check.
Hey, yo. Hey, sweetness. Well, what are you doing, dude? Ah. All right, we're almost. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to 2026. Like, I'm sure there is at least a year out, but after, first off, Witcher 4 has been in development in some phase for a very long time. Like, it is not just starting development by any stretch. And on top of that, after the kerfuffle and the expectation and everything about Cyberpunk, like they're probably not going to do a similar job as far as unveiling something super early and then just like tagging people along for years and years like they did. Bitch. All right, yeah, that's fair. Oh. Radio Bob 214. My sister and I explained the internet reaction to Luigi to our mother yesterday evening over dinner. It was one of the conversations of all time. Oh, I am sure. Like one of the conversations that your mother enjoyed or agreed with, or no? All right, chat. Let's go. There we go. I go charge my controller because I will be playing a little bit more while we watch, because we have 2 videos we're reacting to today. Maybe 3. I'll see how adventurous I'm feeling. Because for those who don't know, there's a lot of y'all might not know because you're like not probably in like the Transformers fandom, but there's a new fan project that's about a decade in the making. That is fucking insane in its poor quality. I'm talking about Galvatron's Revenge, for those who know. And for those who don't, I feel like it would be it would still be funny to watch together. Yeah, Angry Goose, first degree murder I understand, but terrorism seems like a wild stretch. Yeah, exactly. Thunder the Coyote, Galvatron's Revenge, the Spider-Man Lotus of the Transformers community. So, oh, Goosebumps fan 77. I didn't know you weren't following over on Twitch. I'm going to take these off because they're too damn reflective. Bobby Kotick should be next on the list. There are a couple people I think should probably be on a list before Bobby Kotick. So, the man accused of killing UnitedHealthcare CEO has been charged with murder as an act of terrorism Prosecutors said Tuesday as they worked to bring him to a New York court from a Pennsylvania jail. Luigi Mangione already was charged with murder in the December 4th killing of Brian Thompson, but the terror allegation is new. District Attorney Alvin Bragg said Thompson's death on a Midtown Manhattan street was a killing that was intended to evoke terror, and we've seen that reaction. This is a super interesting, man. And have fun, Simone Lafayette Giordano. Exactly. Violet Christoph, you got it immediately. This is such a fascinating and telling reaction because who is it inspiring terror in? The people who make so much more money than literally any of us could ever dream. The people who immediately buffed up all their security. The people who immediately started delisting their names and faces and are trying to, no doubt, make it harder to find where they live and who they are, actually running these companies and calling these shots and taking this money from people and exploiting everybody's labor while they continue to get richer and richer and flash fire the planet. Are they the ones in terror? I feel like they're probably the ones it evoked terror for the most. Karen Friedman on Anafilio declined to comment. Thompson was shot while walking to a hotel where Minnesota-based healthcare was holding an investor conference. The killing kindled a fiery outpouring of resentment towards U.S. insurance companies as Americans swapped stories online and elsewhere being denied coverage, left in limbo. The shooting also rattled C-suites as wanted positions with other healthcare executives' names and faces appeared on New York streets, and some social media users extolled Mangione's deed as payback. Any attempt to rationalize this as vile, reckless, and offensive to our deeply held principles of justice, the NYPD police commissioner saying that is fucking nuts. Wow. Charge crimes. Aha! Here we go. Good old Patriot Act era stuff coming back. Hammock, thank you for 11 months in a row, bringing it to 12 total. A New York law passed after the September 11th attacks allows prosecutors to charge crimes as acts of terrorism when they're, quote, intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policies of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, and affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping. So, which I don't think it was necessarily government. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, civilian population, but I don't really consider billionaires to be a civilian population. If I'm being honest, when people think civilian, it might not be a government contractor, they might not be military, but those aren't regular people like you and me. Yeah, no, exactly. Jana Bledsoe. New York's governor made a hotline for CEOs who receive threats. Meanwhile, kids in schools have to wonder if first responders will enter the building or debate whether it's safe enough for them. Yeah. And you'll notice the school shooter from yesterday, that story went away right quick, didn't it? What was that? Where? That was Oklahoma. No, it was Wisconsin. Well, we'll talk about that too. I completely forgot about that shit because almost immediately, all the regular suspects on Twitter, your Alex Joneses, your fucking libs of TikToks were all like, "Oh, it's obviously another medicated evil trans shooter." Turns out, it was a terminally online neo-Nazi femcel. Somebody who probably agrees with them on more than anything, and they really, really quickly let that one go. Oh boy, didn't they. Hammock, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sum to N. Passander. You like my nails? Oh, thank you. Hello, dog. Hello. Puppy says hello. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. Prosecutors have applied the statute to various contexts, some related to international extremism, but the law was first used against a Bronx gang member after a hail of gunfire killed a 10-year-old girl and paralyzed a man outside a christening party in 2002. Thompson's killing, Bragg noted, happened early on a workday in an area frequented by commuters, business people, and tourists. This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation. If you want to talk about a murder that's intended to send a message, what message does it send when people pay into a healthcare plan their entire lives and are denied life-saving treatment? What message does it send? When people like Luigi, who came from a wealthy background, are still not able to get the care that they need because of health claim denials. Meanwhile, people like this CEO motherfucker still live life high on the hog and get to call the shots on developing AI algorithms to take the human equation out of who lives and dies. What kind of message is that intended to send? I see somebody in the chat bring up Daniel Penny. What message does it send that you can be poor, impoverished, have your home taken away from you, have to turn to drugs as an escape, end up on the street, and anybody can fucking kill you just because they felt threatened? What message does that send? See, to me, somebody like Daniel Penny is far more of a terrorist than Luigi. I don't understand the mindset of somebody. Thank you, Solar Lander, for 14 months. I don't understand the mindset of somebody like Daniel Penny, who sees somebody, judges them as a threat, and without any interaction, without first being provoked, decides simply because somebody's saying something to murder another person. Whereas Brian Thompson murdered how many people? How many people's blood were on his hands? After days of intense police searches and publicity, Mangione was spotted at McDonald's, blah, blah, blah. We all know this. The 29-year-old was charged with Pennsylvania gun and forgery offenses and locked up without bail. His Pennsylvania lawyers questioned the evidence for the forgery charge and the legal grounding for the gun charge. The attorney also has said Mangione was fight extradition to New York. He has 2 court hearings scheduled for Thursday, including an extradition hearing. Hours after his arrest, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office filed paperwork charging him with murder and other offenses. The indictment builds on that paperwork. Exactly. Shiny Teeth, thank you for $2. The message is we're expendable, not the rich. I mean, here, you want to know the truly sad thing? I've never seen one billionaire that wasn't completely interchangeable with another. Like face, mannerisms. There is, when you reach a insane level of wealth, they kind of just all, like quite literally all turn the same. Like something breaks in their brain when you get to that point of obscene wealth, of a lack of any kind of limits on what you can do or who's going to say no to you. I feel like they truly lose any personality they might have had. Or maybe they lose it on the way up. Maybe they lose it on the way to that mountaintop. But like the idea as a person, Vince McMahon is very different than Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, I guess, you know what, you're right. Vince McMahon, I'm more talking about the ones that aren't like the face of companies. Because like, here's the thing. Take away the ketamine, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all might as well be fucking interchangeable to varying degrees. Like they are all the same brand of wannabe Tony Stark, like self-aggrandizing delusions of grandeur assholes. He repeatedly posted on how spinal surgery last year had eased his chronic back pain, encouraging people with similar conditions to speak for themselves. If told, they just had to live with it. In a Reddit post, he advised someone with a back problem to seek additional options from opinions from surgeons, and if necessary, say the back pain made it impossible to work. Quote, "We live in a capitalist society," he wrote. "I found that the medical industry responds to these keywords far more urgently than you describing unbearable pain and how it's impacting your quality of life." God damn. God damn. Brody, who's slandering George Lucas? Who's slandering George Lucas? I'm talking about like company billionaires. Like not people who are just fucking retired and just trawling through LA food courts on his off time. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Cut himself off from friend and family. Yeah. Wow. Fucking. This article is doing so much like just peak classist laundering of the narrative. Like, notice it says outpouring of resentment towards U.S. health insurance companies. It doesn't mention at all the glorifying of Luigi, his status as a, because again, they don't want a symbol. It's why they very quickly, the media, news media, very quickly stopped posting those pictures of him where he looks good, and they're totally fine with posting pictures of him in the orange jumpsuit. But all the ones where he was smiling, everybody was like, "Oh, he's so hot," they stopped posting the shit out of those. Notice they don't talk about how he's become like a folk hero, how there's been a massive outpouring of support for him by name. There's street art of him by name. They aren't talking about that, but they can end talking about Thompson, who grew up on a farm in Iowa, was trained as an accountant, a married father of 2. He had worked at the giant UnitedHealthcare Group for 20 years and became CEO of its insurance arm in 2021. World's smallest fucking violin here. World's smallest violin. Branwyn Henley, thank you for $10. Is terrorism to offer the next Luigi an OTPH day for a job well done? So here's the real precedent that something like this is setting, right? It is the idea of redefining, or not redefining, but pushing the definition of what terrorism is. Which is something, here's the thing, we're going to see a lot more in the next couple years. The drone thing. Oh, the stupid drone thing. Oh. Ugh. Goosebumps fan, are we going to play any video games later? Yeah, probably. I'll play some while I'm reacting to some stupid content, because I'm going to need something going on in the background. Yeah, Jeremy Hall, that's what it is. Anyone they don't like is a terrorist. $5. Has Luigi introduced class consciousness to the mainstream proletariat, or is he a brand new cherry flavor for people to talk about until moving on? Probably both. Like, I think All right, remember when I talked about a week or so ago, I started talking about how we got to stop looking at everything as either a fully positive or fully negative. Like there are middle grounds, there are shades of gray along the entire political spectrum. So like if you're asking is this going to push things one way or the other, it's probably going to do both, but to varying degrees, right? So what I would say is it is probably like it already has woken a lot of fucking people up. Like the amount of people I've seen, the amount of people I've heard talk to their parents, and their parents are like, yeah, I get it. Like, I understand the support. Like, people who voted for Trump, people who voted for Bernie, people who aren't super political, they're like, yeah, no. Yeah, I get it. And that's staggering because it speaks to an underlying knowledge of the commonalities that we all share under class struggle. Just Lurkin, is terrorist the new woke? So that's actually a super interesting question. So there was a, let me see if I can find the video. Have I ever watched Laser Pig? Laser Pig. Laser Pig does sound familiar. I feel like I have. All right, let me see if this plays the Trump clip. All right, maybe I think Daily Mail has it.
I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. That's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. It seems that there's a certain appetite for him.
So I'm going to go back to the beginning of this. And the reason they edit it because it's this really rambling. He basically says this, but like on repeat for a whole minute or so. But the way that he talks, Trump is somebody who has a Hollywood action movie ideal of death, of violence, of action, of warfare. And you've seen it in the way that he talks about like generals getting killed and you know, such and such terrorist leader dying like a dog. Like he does not value human life, really. Which is why I find it fascinating how he reacts here, because the way that he enunciates, the way that he puts emphasis on, oh, it's terrible, is that it actually, you see a little bit more emotion here. And I don't know if he knew this Brian guy, but you see a little bit more actual care here than I've seen him give for like fucking school shootings. If I'm being honest. Ashley, thank you for $5. There's a bunch of songs being made about Luigi and what he did. That's how you know he's a folk hero already. The media can't stop this. Try as they might. Yeah, I hope so. I hope there's some bangers. No, Vitoval, I did not see that yet. Jana Bledsoe, thank you for $10. Trump inspires an insurrection and people die. The justice system takes years and eventually drops the ball. One horror CEO profited off death gets greased, and the trial is a YouTuber speedrun. Yeah. They're putting the fucking like nitro on the Luigi trial. It's fucking nuts. I can't believe that they're already having a hearing next week. Like here's the thing, any of you, me, anybody got killed. If they caught the person the week after, took him into custody, that hearing would not be a mere week after. Get the fuck out of here. A week? Crazy. All right, my cat needs food. I forgot to give her dinner, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, the quicker this gets out of the spotlight, this really reminds me of Aaron Bushnell in a way. I remember when I was talking about the Luigi thing in the context of being another in a long line of people who just are fucking snapping under the system in varying degrees. And I think Luigi and Bushnell are the ones that are hardest for the mainstream media to condemn because they have such mass support behind them. The other people we talked about are much easier for them to condemn. So Max Azzarello and Justin Moan and all those people, they could be like, no, like these people are obviously mentally unbalanced and nobody's going to take their side. All right, here we go.
I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. That's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. It seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it.
I do love how that sounds like... let me see if I can find the longer one, because that just makes it sound like Trump is like, I know some people think he's hot. I don't get it. Like that's what it sounds like Trump is reacting to more than anything else there, which is very funny. So let me see if this is the full version.
Can I ask you about the
I just asked you on the border. Hold on one second, Gary.
shooting?
Real quick.
UnitedHealthcare shooting, the
I think
shooting of the
it's
CEO.
terrible.
Can you give us your thoughts about that? And what do you make of
Well,
the reaction
I think it's
around the
terrible.
suspected shooter? Does that tell you
Yeah,
anything about how people
I think it's a
about healthcare?
terrible thing. I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. And I was happy to see that it wasn't specific to this gentleman that was killed. It's just an overall sickness as opposed to a specific sickness. That was a terrible thing. It was
Right. This is why the Daily Mail cut so much of it, because it's just like typical Trump rambling where you're like, what the fuck are you saying, old man? Jesus Christ.
cold-blooded, just a cold-blooded, horrible killing. And how people can like this guy is, that's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. And very bad, very thing like that. You can't believe that some people, and maybe it's fake news. I don't know. It's hard to believe that that can even be thought of. But it seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it.
No, straight up. The way that it's framed is there's a certain appetite for him. It's just like some people find him hot. I don't get it. Like he's disagreeing with somebody about Timothy Chalamet. Iki the Sleepy, thank you for $3. Trump is just being a jealous little bitch that Luigi is the more popular figurehead on the news over him. Also, it kind of reads like that. Yeah, kind of reads like that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh yeah, no, like again. Don't fucking for a second think like Trump has said, like, again, these are people who It's their job to be informed on what's happening in Gaza, public opinion, what the public is seeing. He knows there are dying children in Gaza. He knows that people are starving and getting all sorts of fucked up diseases and are being corralled into camps. He knows this. He has said that he wants Netanyahu to go in and, quote, finish the job. That's what he wants to happen. He and Vance invited Daniel Penny to a fucking football game. Calls him a hero. The idea that he has a appreciation for the sanctity of life is laughable on its fucking face. But again, you can see what kind of people have an appreciation for what kind of people. And when it comes to a billionaire, being just in the back, in the middle of the day, that's a sickness. That's a sickness. See, because they have to, when people have been pushed to such a point that quite literally, and unfortunately, I think this is the point we are getting to, you get to such a point where violence is the only way to be heard. That's the way it's always been. That is nothing new under the sun. And people like Trump doesn't know much. He knows that. He knows that for sure. Is my stream cutting in and out? Oof, my tummy. I had some sushi before, like an hour or two ago. My tummy is not happy. Okay. All right, I think free translate, somebody, I think it might just be on your end. Yeah, Joe KNYC, to be honest, Dems don't give a shit about Palestine lives either, except for like a handful. Well, and that's because we've gotten to a point, a very fun point, fun, you know, parenthetical point where I was having an argument with noted political dipshit, Short Fat Otaku. It wasn't much of an argument. I told him to fuck off, basically, where he basically said that the reason why the Dems lost this election is because we pushed too far to the left. That's what he was saying. That the Kamala campaign tried to appeal too much to the left. And I was just like, with what? With the Trump light border policy? With the Trump light appealing to corporatism? With the Trump light fucking Gaza Israel policy? With the Trump light, we're going to let everybody know that America, we're the strongest fighting force in the world at every fucking turn. The Kamala campaign, the standard bearer right now for the Democrat Party establishment. Like make no mistake. Kamala's, whatever Kamala did, her positions and opinions are not an outlier among Capitol Hill Democrats. Maybe for people like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, like maybe among them, but the core Democrat constituency on Capitol Hill, nah. Among them, people like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they're all the same fucking camp. Excuse me. And it is quite literally, like, I still remember. I mean, I still remember. Oh, it was a couple months ago. But like, y'all remember with me. We experienced this together. The feeling of hope and optimism. Fucking Joe got his old ass out of there. God damn, like all the leftists. Hassan was in. Everybody was in. We were like, yes, fuck, okay, we have a chance. Let's do this. And then day after day, debate after debate, fucking news conference after news conference, where everything Kamala said was just trying to sell this great value, generic store brand Trumpism to Republicans. Okay, well, they don't want to be sold that. Like trying to, it's the stupidest fucking thing in the world. Because none of them were going to be swayed by the same arguments just coming from the team that they had been convinced are the devil. And the Democrats just don't understand that. The people on Capitol Hill, and this is a big problem with our gerontocracy. And again, most of y'all know this. We all know this. It's a big problem with our gerontocracy is that we have people who are not only completely aged out of relevancy and step with any culture. And I'm not just talking about like pop culture, but like what's the culture feeling when it comes to the economy, when it comes to plans for children, plans for future generations. People like fucking Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, they have no fucking idea what the rest of the country is going through. And they've been up on Capitol Hill so long, they probably don't even remember. Fucking, what was bread, 50 cents a loaf when Nancy Pelosi got in office or some shit? Hammock, didn't people try to interview Kamala and her campaign said no? So there was actually, thank you for bringing that up. There was a article I've been meaning to read that I have not gotten to, and that will actually fishtail very nicely into this. Because this kind of went under the radar. A look from Current Affairs. How much of the Harris campaign was a scam? A valid question. Valid question. I think there is a, I mean, there's an argument to be made that like most of political fundraising is a scam. I think for a lot of people, this election was a breaking point on the left, even for liberals. And if not a breaking point, then certainly a fracturing or a cracking point, where eventually they'll be able to look back and be like, no, fuck that. Hey. Where as soon as, like, I remember, because I have multiple email accounts where, like, I sign up and I feel, or I hear a bunch of, I get a shit ton of stuff from all the campaigns, basically, being like, oh, we need your help. You need to donate now, blah, 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 whatever. And the day after Kamala lost, the day after Election Day, after they had spent, the DNC had spent months, which I never gave them a fucking cent, but they had spent months touting, oh, we have record-breaking fundraising and so much money coming in and all this stuff. People really want this change. And they had the fucking nerve, the day after they fucking lost and put up no fucking fight, to go and fundraise in emails again. The day after the election, I got an email that was like, we need your money now more than ever to defend democracy. It's like, what the fuck have you been doing for the last 8 years, last 4 years? Like, guess what? Now Trump is just not gonna be prosecuted at all. They completely dropped the charges because now everybody's afraid of being fired by him when he actually gets into office. You had your fucking chance and you blew it. Violent Christoph. Yeah, Nick Fuentes did get arrested. He did get arrested. He got booked. I don't know if he's still in custody. But yeah, he was arrested for the assault on that one lady. Since Kamala Harris's catastrophic electoral defeat last month, the first time since 2004 that a Republican has gotten the most votes in a U.S. election, a lot of criticism has been focused on the campaign's message. The criticism is warranted, and long before Election Day, this publication had been among those warning that Harris was failing to effectively counter Trump's populist appeal. Oh, fucking you think? Jeez. Thank you for agreeing with me. Current affairs. She raised over $1 billion, setting a record for the most money brought in a single quarter. But reporting that has come out demonstrates that a great deal of this was squandered and might as well have been set on fire. A lot of people appear to have lined their pockets while Harris neglected to fund some of the core pieces of a solid organizing apparatus. The campaign spent everything they took in burning through virtually the whole $1 billion. That's so much money. That's so fucking much money. $1 billion? Elon Musk alone spent $250 million to elect Trump, so the campaign was up against a formidable amount of money on the other side, although Trump ultimately spent far less than Harris. How much of this campaign should be considered a scam? Blah, blah, blah. New York Times reported even as the campaign splurged on celebrity-filled events in Philadelphia, many of the field offices were filthy and lacked basic supplies like tables, chairs, cleaning products, and printers, staff members said, with city campaign staffers being forced to raid the campaign's better-stocked suburban offices or raise money independently. This is when they even had field offices, and in many predominantly black neighborhoods, campaign staff members were operating out of public parks, grocery store parking lots, and church basements. Fucking what? Quote, there were no yard signs, there was no visibility, there were no t-shirts, there was nobody handing out literature, there were no bumper stickers, there was no sign that we were in the fight of our lives in the most important city in a presidential campaign. Even when there were t-shirts, they could be slapdash. Parenthetical, one box of them said Harris Walls, with Harris spelled with a Z. A, quote, get out the vote bus tour for Pennsylvania's black mayors had its funding pulled without explanation. The head of a pro-Harris group recounted frantic campaign staff members in Philadelphia, Detroit, North Carolina, calling him in the final weeks of the race to say they did not have enough money to provide food or water to volunteers. In Georgia, a county party chair said the Harris's campaign get out the vote operation had been non-existent, even as he pleaded for resources. Black staff members reportedly felt that the black vote was being taken for granted. That's just the standard DNC Democrat operating procedure at this point. Honestly. As much as that sucks, that's just how they do. Organizers said they were told not to engage in the bread and butter task of getting out the vote in black and Latino neighborhoods, and instead were turned into glorified telemarketers. As a result, Harris staffers were resorted to going rogue and setting up their own unauthorized operations in a desperate attempt to get out the black vote. As operations targeting black voters were starved, the Harris campaign spent lavishly on other things, paying for an avalanche of advertising, social media influencers, a for-hire door-knocking operation, thousands of staff, pricey rallies, a splashy Oprah town hall, celebrity concerts, and even drone shows. It's not surprising that the Democrats don't give a fuck about Palestine or Gaza or Israel or any of this shit. They are the corporate elite. It's not surprising that they all came out against Luigi, saying, oh, what happened to Brian? This is unacceptable. This isn't how we do things in America. They're fucking fishing buddies with the fuckers that deny your healthcare claims. They're on the Christmas card lists of the people who are the reason why your wife or your brother or your mother or your friend can't get chemotherapy, can't get a C-section, can't get fucking painkillers, can't stay in a hospital after a major invasive surgery, has to go home the day after, even though the doctor says they should be in hospital for at least a week resting. It is, I've talked about it before, but it's that old Carlin quote. It comes back to me again and again. It's a big fucking club, and you aren't in it. Hello, dog. Hello, puppy. I don't have any treats for you up here. I don't have no treats for you up here. No, I do not. Four companies received at least $90 million in payments, including one firm whose cumulative receipts from the Harris campaign approached $300 million. There was $2.5 million directed towards 3 digital agencies that work with online influencers, and the campaign spent around $900,000 to book advertising on the exterior of the Sphere venue in Las Vegas. Al Sharpton's nonprofit received $500,000 from the campaign ahead of his MSNBC interview of Harris, which was unsurprisingly friendly. Democratic mega donor Josh Morgan says that consultants saw the giant pool of money as being like getting the keys to the candy store, and concludes that much of the money was essentially stolen, albeit legally. Harris made the same error that Hillary Clinton did in 2016, deploying resources in states like Texas that she was clearly not going to win, that could have instead been used in states she desperately needed to win. Fuck my fucking Democrats, man. Have I done voice training? I need to do more voice training. I'm not very good at voice training. Extendu, holy crap, thank you for $20. I don't want a conspiracy brain, but this really feels like a tailor-made campaign to use their money in the dumbest way possible. Is it likely that the big money interest just told her to throw the campaign? I mean, like, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I don't want to be conspiracy brained, and I think, God, see, again, this is the thing where, because I have spent so long looking into conspiracies, because I've spent so long researching the truth and the history behind these things, it is a lot harder for me to like just latch onto something as a conspiracy. And I can recognize, like, even right here, I can recognize, like, I want that to be true, because that is a much easier answer. Like, that is an easier pill to swallow, I think, than the idea that we are ruled by incredibly incompetent corporatists. And the people who have spent all this time convincing us, oh, this is the battle for the soul of the nation, don't actually give a fuck. Like, I think it is an easier pill to swallow to say, to try and justify it in some way. But yes, somebody in the chat, like, but also the math is math in there. Like, the A to B to C makes sense to me. But it's also like, I guess it kind of doesn't matter. Because in a way, like, yeah, they're all in the same fucking club. Like, it doesn't matter if the mega donors, if the big money interests told her to throw the campaign, because they want Trump to win. Like, at the end of the day, it's not like Trump was ever going to actually go to jail. It's not like the conservatives were ever actually going to be held accountable for their shit. They even bought an expensive TV ad in Florida, a state Harris knew she wouldn't win, just to troll Donald Trump. Other aspects make the Harris campaign look like little more than a multi-level marketing scheme. For instance, they spent $111 million in online ads seeking donations. In other words, ads asking for money to pay for more ads asking for money. I had zero confidence that the money would actually end up being spent on anything useful. Turns out this lack of confidence was fully justified because your donation might well have gone to a drone show production company or Oprah staff, or to pointlessly build a set for a podcast, parenthetical, which reportedly cost $100,000, yet had cardboard walls, raising the question of who got the money, or just towards sending you even more texts. Which, what it did not go towards, apparently was adequately funding field offices in black neighborhoods. Harris had a significant disadvantage thanks to Joe Biden's stubborn insistence on staying in the race. Despite his obvious incapacity, Harris had to take over an operation she did not build and had a short time to sell herself. Yeah. Large amounts of money to consultants while starving those in black areas who were pleading for adequate funds. Yeah. Veteran Dem strategist James Carville says the irresponsible use of money by the campaign has led to almost unfathomable damage for the party because people are no longer going to have confidence that Democrats know how to spend donations well. No shit. Not something I was particularly convinced of in the past, by the way. Like that was not a new revelation for me. What happened here, from the most cynical perspective, what happened here is part of that a whole class of people exists to make money off political campaigns and doesn't particularly care whether their candidate wins or loses. See, this is getting to the core of what we were just talking about, Xandu, with your super chat. Barack Obama relied on millions of volunteers, and the advantage of volunteers is that they're there because they want to help the candidate win, so they lack an incentive to take the campaign's money and give little in return. Harris spent about $50 million for paid door-to-door canvassers, and I wonder how good a job they did for the money. I do think the focus needs to be on how abysmally the Dems have failed to offer a program or achievements that make people feel their needs are being met. I mean, that is a larger problem, and they kind of going into that, but that is a larger problem with the entire Democratic establishment, but also, especially Harris, in that, like, yeah, it has been brought up repeatedly. What is a fucking policy she had? What was one policy that Harris came up with? Like, Joe Biden's entire fucking policy was just keep doing what we've been doing. And we got to do it because Trump is bad and it's fascism. Draxus, while I'm absolutely positive that the Harris campaign screwed the pooch, FD Signifier pointed out that a massive part of the reason for Trump's reelection was racism and misogyny. I mean, I think that was a massive part of his movement and the messaging around people like J.D. Vance. But there are so many people who looked at the economic rebound that Biden had to deal with and thought, man, I had more money under Trump, regardless of whether that was the tangible reality. It mostly wasn't. But recollection is a funny fucking thing like that. And so a lot of people were just like, yeah, Trump's an asshole, but I had more money, or the economic policy is just better. The problem was, now is not the right time to debate Kamala's policies. That's my point, is that they didn't have a policy. Frog1812, thank you for subscribing. I am full of liquid, so I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then we will talk about this fucking thing. Spooky Pepper 6900. I thought you already followed too. What's going on here? Okay, Spooky Pepper, I forgot to do this a while ago. I've been watching you for ages. Haven't followed you on Twitch yet. Thank you. Alrighty, I will be right back. There we go. Ah! Hello, dog. Yeah, we covered Luigi at the beginning. You always open... You start the show with the showstopper, right? No more being friend B. Time to be the enemy. Yeah. Okay. Officials are trying to determine why a 15-year-old girl allegedly opened fire, killing fellow student teacher. Do they actually have the stuff that's been found online? Here we go. Apparent interest in neo-Nazism, mass shooting on social media. Several online accounts associated with Rupp now, including Tumblr and X accounts, are being examined by police. Several mentions of shooters and violence can be seen on these accounts. God, ABC, they fucking... Get your fucking fingers in there. Portrait that is beginning to emerge, accounts of a young person showing interest in she was a Nazi. Neo-Nazi ideology and neo-Nazi violence, as well as demonstrating interest and engagement in online forums venerating mass shooters, according to information. She was a 4chan, 8chan girl. Authorities will now review Rupp Now's online footprint. Several posts show various images of guns and pictures relating to shootings. A picture of the Parkland High School shooter, Nicholas Cruz, can be seen among the pictures alleged to have been posted by Rupp Now. In a post on X, the account believed to be used by Rupp Now shared a video from the 2015 school stabbing in Sweden where the suspect killed a teacher seemingly targeted with immigrant backgrounds. OK sign, which is known to be used as a white power sign. The intention of the image was not clear. God, you're so fucking ABC. God, mainstream news. How are we so many years into this white supremacy bullshit, into radical white supremacists and Nazis? And maybe it's just because I'm in the middle of editing the doc about this shit. And I'm just like, How are you like, yeah, we don't know what the point of this white power sign was. She has showed an interest in Nazism. Like it strains credulity to the point where it is fucking useless reporting practically. Like you have two things. You can draw the fucking line between them. Shiny Teeth, thank you for $5. Why does the show interest in Nazism, but Luigi didn't show interest in claims adjustment? Much to think about. Much to think about. Okay. Oh, no, Yenzo, just like the Uvalde shooting, they're all fucking... Every one of these motherfuckers... God damn it. All right, let me see. I want to see if she fucking deleted it yet. Oh no, all school shootings get blamed on trans people. As soon as the fucking thing came out. As soon as there was a shooting and people saw that it was a feminine looking person, just this grungy girl with a gun, that was all people needed. Like, suddenly, everybody on the right wing becomes a fucking idiot. I mean, like, you know. God, you're such an evil witch. I hope, where, this was just yesterday, so it shouldn't be too far back. I mean, even though she is fucking terminally online, 4 hours. Good God. I really... Does she have a life... No. No. Fuck no. I mean, like... It kind of speaks for itself. No. She, Yeah, so here we see... Men pretending to women and LGBTQ activists hold a dance party in a women's bathroom. I don't care. I don't care. Wow, Elon Musk's mom praises Doge and says government spending is out of control. What the fuck would she know? God, oh! She looks like she would give birth to Elon Musk. Obadiah Bumbly, thank you for $10 dropping this and leaving him too emotionally drained from all that's been going on, but we'll watch the recording. Thank you for all you do and hope your mental health is all right. Stay safe. I actually had a pretty good day, all things considered. Oh, here we go. Two Christian schools targeted within the span of 2 weeks. So that's the important thing. That's the real important part of this. Yeah, based. I mean, what? I didn't say anything. What? Do you have... So she still has the fucking bait up, if nothing else. It is so fucking craven. Like watching her oscillate between all of this fucking shit and just spewing out nonsense. Like, no, it really is. It really is fucking shameless. Like, it is in between, please say a prayer for the students and their families, is just like sharing shit from Cat Herd, and let's dunk on some libs, and then back to 2 people have been killed after a shooter burst into a classroom. Like, fuck, man. Just like deep frying people's fucking brains with this shit. The Facebookification of just the country. God damn. Let's go see what her fans immediately started saying. Multiple children injured. Oh, first thing. No information on the shooter yet. My bet it doesn't fit the narrative. Might have blue hair. Urge to crusade intensifies. Madison is deep blue. A Christian school. Let me guess who did it. LGBT. Hopefully no casualties. So here's the other thing, is that I can't actually tell anymore what's a real reply or what's a fucking bot reply. Oh no, yeah. Seriously? Free speech platform, everybody. Can't even search for Wisconsin shotting. Here we go. Let's go. Robert Evans, who I edited. It's weird seeing Robert's face because I was editing the portion of the interview I did with him for the documentary today. So that is all edited. I'm hoping, I don't know if it'll be up by Thursday, but the doc should be at least content complete tomorrow. And if not up by Thursday, then hopefully up by Friday. And this will be, since I have 500 people watching right now, this will be my chance to say, hey, if y'all don't know, I'm working on a big documentary on de-radicalizing former Nazis and how they de-radicalize former white supremacists, I should say. I talked to several people who were in movements, including Adam Waffen. Tomorrow I'm editing one of the final segments where I spoke with somebody who marched with Richard Spencer at Charlottesville. I spoke to Robert Evans. He is not a former white nationalist, but he has been studying them for years and years at Bellingcat and other areas. So, yeah, if you like my research content, if you like my documentary content, please look forward to that, because I've put so much work into it, and because it is both very dark subject matter and very niche, I'm afraid it will not get views. So when it comes out, please have notifications and stuff on. Tenna add Aditi Mitra, thank you for $20. Don't know how you do it, but thank you. By taking breaks, mostly by taking breaks. Reduxus, I just didn't change it when I stopped playing. I was playing COD to walk up. I walk up to warm up the chat in the channel. So yeah, let's go to this. Garrison does some good work. Let's go. Edited by Robert Evans. Another mundane American, another school shooting. Female student at Abundant Life Christian School. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Most definitely an extremely crazy, easy, evil feminist liberal. That was the other fun part, is as soon as they all figured out that she wasn't actually transgender, they were all like, oh, well, she's actually definitely she was brainwashed by liberals. And it's like, oh boy, you're gonna learn what a rad femme is and how much they agree with you today. Right-wing influencers and content creators wasted no time in blaming the shooting on trans people, labeling the suspect as another in a series of alleged trans terrorists. But what really happened here had nothing to do with trans people and is sadly ordinary for the U.S. In August of 24, the father of the future school shooter took his daughter to a gun range to do trap shooting. Here we go. The bulk of the shooter's online footprint suggests a general obsession with school shooters and the true crime community, a nickname used for the de facto international Columbine fandom. That is a terrible nickname for the Columbine fandom. What? This sort of content dominates her Tumblr, which last posted in May 2024. An alleged online friend said she posted about school shooters all the time and had school shooter leanings. What the fuck is school shooter leanings? What? How? School shooter leanings, goddamn. Series of videos that teased and glorified school shooters in the day leading up to her own shooting. The male profile picture was used by some conservative influencers to argue the shooter must have transitioned, though these same influencers could not agree on whether she was female to male or male to female. One user constructed an overlay trying to compare the photo of the shooter with her Twitter profile picture. Like, incredible. Just, they're so fucking dumb. They're so fucking stupid. That's why it's yet another case that you shouldn't let this go, by the way. Like, the next time, at some point, we need to put together the same copy meme that they do, where they have that stupid fucking meme that's like, it's like 8 people, 3 or 4 of which who aren't trans or queer in any way. And they're like, identified as trans, identified as non-binary. It's not like, no, like, none of that's fucking true. And you need to start spreading that every time one of these fucking things happens. Because these dumb motherfuckers just get to spread this shit around, and even dumber motherfuckers see it and believe it. Online today is incompetent rambling and propaganda. The main issue with this diagram is that the male profile picture is actually another Columbine copycat from Russia who was 15 years old when he carried out his shooting. Femcel Hitler. Christ. Hours after the shooting, while right-wing accounts were still arguing what sort of transgender the shooter had been, a neo-Nazi Twitter account named Nitro claimed to be friends with the shooter on Discord and repeatedly denied accusations that the shooter was trans, calling her a biological woman. An early complicating factor in establishing the motive and identity is that her alleged Twitter account posted a link to a Google Doc of her manifesto but seemingly forgot to make the visibility setting public. Shooter's alleged Discord friend Nitro claimed to find what he believed to be a snippet of a manifesto draft shared by the shooter in a Discord group chat. Hopefully, to most people, this should read like unintelligible gibberish. Oh, God. Unfortunately, Garzon, it's not to me. A reactionary feminist screed about initiating a wave of male-targeted violence to cleanse the earth with pepperings of moids, foids, internet internet incel slang for male and female, respectively, racial slurs, and something called radfem Hitler. The incel content marks her out as a femcel, which means what you'd expect. Samantha was a female incel, which is like, here's it. Oh yeah, no, Spooky Pepper. I shared some dumbass motherfucker with that, like, and when I say, no, you can't have my real info. In fact, AndyPants will be next because this one stupid Nazi leads right into another. Spooky Pepper 6900. I've seen people spreading pics of Sam Hyde edited to look like a woman and claiming that this was the shooter, and people believed it. So yeah, people believe anything. Yeah, I shared one dumb motherfucker sharing that unironically with, like, you go into their profile and it's mother, Second Amendment, love God and Trump, like just the same bullshit. What does roasty mean, though? I believe roasty means it's a term for like a woman past her prime, I think. I'm sorry, I'm not up to incel lingo. It is, hold on to that. Misanthropic, hold on to that one. It is so, I don't know. My hair's getting crazy. I'm so excited to have a haircut and color soon. It's so frustrating to see. Oh, goodness gracious. Y'all thank you so much for all the donos, by the way. Anyway. Oxpecker, thank you for $10. I love how the evidence of being a trans person is just putting the same shirt on the boy picture like they're a cartoon character. So it is the same shirt. The person in the other picture, the boy in the other picture was a school shooter. She was wearing it as a tribute to him, I believe. I believe that's what was going on there. It's so awful to see, like, and this is like the great problem with the Nazism and the internet Nazism. It's a large part of why I'm making the documentary, because one of the big challenges with this documentary has been, as I've talked to all these different people from decades of white nationalist groups, like dating back to, the late 80s, early 90s, in all different ranges, from recruitment to making propaganda to being with the bigwigs to marching in the streets, like all different kinds. The thing is that the biggest challenge in telling all of these stories has been not just covering the same ground, because it is the same playbook over and over and over and over again. Like every fucking time. It is somebody who was vulnerable, who was looking for a place to belong, and that openness, that vulnerability was taken advantage of. And it's one of those things that is so awful to see evidenced by somebody so young. So racism is a cult. It's not far off. I mean, like, here's the thing. Everybody wants to be like, oh, these poor incels, they have it tough. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, you gotta listen to the poor incels, because it's a lot like, it's a lot like what I was talking about with Synthetic Man. It's like, there is somebody who's been given literally every fucking opportunity to turn his own life around and has taken no steps towards it and uses it as an excuse. I have no sympathy for a 30-something-year-old man who lives with his mother, who makes enough money off YouTube. No fucking sympathy. But when you have somebody who's 15, who is like, this is a child. What we're talking about here, I'm not talking about 30-year-old incels who, they had one experience once that turned them around and they decided to become Nazis about it. I'm talking about the people like this who are 15. And if she's been in this for years, You're talking about somebody who got in to Nazism, to white supremacy, to this idiotic, just so fucking stupid, idiotic femcel bullshit when she was 12, 13. And there was apparently, here's the problem. Here's the problem. And this is, if you want to know everything I've talked about, you want to know the key, and this is part of the documentary. The key to de-radicalizing is prevention. Somebody called it a cult in here, but it is closer to, everybody I've spoken to, the way they talk about it, is closer to an addiction. The best way to stop it is preventative care. An addiction or a disease, a poison, something like that. Exactly, kobold, not old enough to have any of the tools to get out of it. And the problem is that, and this is something that in the wake of my Synthetic Man video, I had a lot of people email me and contact me. Some people, they commented in the section saying, like, this could have been me. Or once upon a time, this was me. And I actually had conversations with some people, both in email and comment sections, where they would say, like, I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be lonely and sad and angry. Or I'm afraid of, leaving these spaces, because at least here, in these fucking pits of misery, these just hellish nightmare places on the internet, at least I have been made to feel like I belong. And they do that through mostly stupid memes and sharing bits of humor and all these inside jokes. Like, it is all tailor-made to draw people in and not let them go. And then once you have them there, you fill them so full of all this stupid bullshit about moids and foids and all this, like, roasties and all this dumb bullshit. And at that point, what chance does a young, growing brain actually have to escape that? If nobody cared enough to stop her from getting into that, how do you get her out? Hammock, thank you for gifting a stub to Stupid Spice. Oxpecker, thank you for $10. Oh, I already read that one. Yeah. I mean, she does, apparently, one of her friends talks about, I don't know if Harrison talks about it here, but apparently she blamed her parents. But again, like, I don't know how much of that is just traditional incel shit or whether that's realistic. A lot of people who go into these communities, into these white supremacy, and I'm overlapping white supremacy and Nazi here, even though I know that they aren't always overlapped. For my purposes here, they use a lot of the same rhetoric to get people to follow them, to get people locked into the movement. No, I know, Majestic Spider-Man, and that's the thing, is like seeing moids and femoids is like, oh my god, it's like I'm fucking researching like 4chan or Synthetic Man's stupid fucking thread of dipshit incels on kiwi farms all over again. Oh, it turns out she was actually a TERF. Radfem Hitler, meanwhile, is a reference to a Twitter influencer by the same name and the handle @Hollow Earth TERF. Great. Her content is a mix of trad-influenced right-wing feminism, advocating traditional gender roles for men and women with anti-trans flourishes. Radfem Hitler supports a mass purge of moids, including trans women. She is derided by both those on right and left, but has a small, dedicated following of conservative Radfem women with trad or occult interests. Oh my god. See, and this is what these kind of ideologies lead to is this fucking bizarre, like, how are you going to advocate traditional gender roles, but then also advocate for killing men, mass purging men? Man, that's fucking... What's a moid? A moid is a man. Turf Ecosystem claimed to have acquired a copy of the full manifesto. Manifesto. Alvinin considered himself a natural selector who had evolved beyond the classmates he gunned down. In Samantha's purported manifesto, he is mentioned by name as a true inspiration. Like, again, like, this is a fucking 15-year-old. And as much as people want to be like, oh, you know, this is a murderer, this is somebody who killed people and, like, she was evil. Like, I don't think a 15-year-old... A 15-year-old. I think a 15-year-old has the capacity to do evil, obviously. But your fucking brain isn't even close to being fully formed. Like... Myself, Robert Evans, and James Stout reported on Transvestigating in 2023. We theorized the online right was testing out a new strategy to attack trans people by associating them with mass shootings. That fear has come to pass. The modicum of believability provided by the Nashville shooting, as it is the only legitimate trans-related incident that meets criteria for mainstream mass shooting database, was enough to fuel this ongoing strategy for 2 years. Since then, conservative influencers have attempted to link nearly every viral, this is what I was talking about earlier, nearly every viral mass school shooting to trans people to create a false trend. The strategy operates as follows. During the first few chaotic hours after a shooting, a small group of right-wing content creators weaponize the lack of verified information to make posts framing an alleged shooter as being transgender. This can be done through the use of out-of-context social media photos, doctored photographs, photos of other people, or simply pictures of long/dyed hair. Yeah, here we go. Look. Ian Miles Chong. He doesn't even go here. Trans terrorism must end. Laura Loomer. The trans movement is really turning out to be a terrorist movement. Honey. Don't be mad because trans women's FFS surgery turns out better than yours. Right-wing content creator Brian Matta baselessly claimed the shooter was on HRT, calling the shooter another mentally unstable psychopath. Like... Chaya Reichik, libs of TikTok, fueled undue speculation. Here we go. A small group of conservative influencers has so successfully created an alternate reality in which every new mass shooter is trans that they don't even have to outright say it anymore. They can merely gesture to this reality tunnel they've intentionally created. Now, thousands of people will affirm this fake reality as the obvious truth, backed up by historical precedent of fabricated memory. Damn, that is well written. Oh, yeah. And then, so here's the Sam Hyde thing. Yeah. In recent years, the meme has been used to falsely label mass shooters as trans women. One Hyde post from an unassuming boomer named Ed Massey racked up over 600,000 views, 4.5k likes, and 1.5k retweets. When you put disturbed children on hormone blockers and sexually mutilate them, you're not curing them, you're creating potential school shooters. It should go without saying, but the use of puberty-suppressing medication has no link to increased violence. Oh, yeah, here's End Wokeness saying the exact same thing. Those do not look like female hands. Oh, weird. See, it's funny how this shit just keeps happening. Most widespread post claiming the shooter was a trans guy, came from an anti-Semitic doctor in Denmark. Oh, fucking Maria Lupus. She falsely claimed, with no evidence, that the shooter was taking testosterone. Another mentally ill girl on testosterone. See, and that's the fucking crazy part, is that she doesn't even look like a trans boy. Like, at all. Violet, when I was a teenager, I believed pretty much everything I saw on the internet. How is it that grown-ass adults are still like this and haven't grown out of it? They've never been challenged. Like think about this for a second. What was the thing that made you stop doing that? Like, for me, the thing that made me stop just believing whatever I saw, start looking for secondary sources, was taking a journalism class, was actually becoming a journalist, actually having to read and cite my sources when I was writing stories. And granted, this was just for like video game stuff. But when I did go to college and I took journalism classes, that helped me formulate how I can find sources to trust, how to find secondary sources, how to verify information, how to do research on the sources I'm looking at. How many people do the same thing? How many people have any kind of education on doing the same thing? How many people even think to do it on their own? So few. So few. Whoa! As of Tuesday morning, this post has 3 million views. In a following post, she blamed the Jews for inventing transgenderism. Fucking crazy. Out of all these pictures, only one person is actually reported to be trans, the Nashville shooter in the upper left. The rest of the people pictured are not trans and never claimed to be. The person with long hair in the lower half is Colt Gray, who was falsely labeled by far-right influencers. He held transphobic beliefs. Again, like the way that the writer of this article summed it up as essentially a fabricated reality that they all live in is so well put. So well put. Yeah. Redacted Dallas. My old boss was a do your own research guy. Well, and it's the problem. The problem with the do your own research thing is that nobody fucking knows what that actually means or what it looks like. And that's terrifying in its own dark way. But it's like when people say do your own research, that research is not a YouTube video. Like, I don't care how well sourced it is. Go look at the sources. Because 99% of the time, if you go, when somebody says, oh yeah, no, I do my own research, go watch the video they're watching. Find what sources are cited. And if the person talking says, well, I'm a doctor of this and I do this, 99 times out of 100, I bet you dollars to fucking donuts, they were fired. They were revealed as a fraud. They are some variety of snake oil salesman or huckster. Like they have some kind of colloidal silver they're hawking, like something. Yeah, here's the one that Haya Rychik loves to fucking say. Colorado Springs shooter who targeted a queer club is not really non-binary, simply tried to weaponize a false identity to get out of hate crime charges. The person labeled as the Denver shooter is not trans, never claimed to be, just has dyed hair. The individual did plan the shooting with a transgender male who is not pictured. Lastly, the person pictured as the Uvalde shooter is trans. That is not the actual Uvalde shooter. It's a random trans girl who is one of 2 trans women whose photos were used to falsely label the shooter as trans. So just completely unrelated people. So after all that transvestigating, what do we have? Just another Columbiner with neo-Nazi ties. The right has gotten so good at deploying the trans shooter as a smoke bomb, it obscures the reality of the over-availability of firearms, the dynamic of online radicalization, and the social issues that fuel alienation and anger in youth. And that is really, that's the problem, right? When I talk about, there is a level of pity that I think a lot of radicalized people need to be met with. And that's not to say that that pity should override confronting that. Certainly not combating it. But there, to be like fully class conscious, you have to acknowledge that there is shit driving every one of us insane in different ways. Right? And some of these things are going to affect some minds differently. And there are going to be people, especially in these radical spaces, especially in these spaces full of racism and hate, misogyny, misandry apparently, that are going to fucking take advantage of that and try and drag as many people into their pits of misery as they can. Always goes back to cultural Marxism. Kinda. Alrighty, chat. How are we feeling? Are we feeling good? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling strong. D. Luli, everyone who doesn't believe the truth is inhuman and demonic? Well, no. Nar, baby girl. No. I would say that like defining anybody as inhuman or demonic is fash tactics. I'm just saying. It's good to feel. I'm glad you're feeling good, Jeremy Hall. All right. We have I don't want to talk about trans healthcare right now. Femicals. I do like femicals. Forgot sarcasm font. Okay. Okay, D. Luli. Okay. Good. I'm glad you came back and said that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go fill my water, and we will get started on this. All right, chat. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. I need that shit. Playing 40K. What 40K? Were you just playing 40K or what are we doing here? Xbox grifter turned conservative grifter? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I stopped reading. I need to finish the First and Only. I actually started reading Dubliners today. James Joyce's Dubliners. I read through... I was reading it during my electrolysis appointment today, and I read through 4 stories. For those who don't know, they're like individual short stories that kind of weave together. Blue X, thank you for $2. Thanks from Seattle. Oh, that's not too far from me. Thank you. And I don't know if I'm gonna go. I will go and finish First and Only at some point, but like, I don't know. I took a picture of 2 other Warhammer novels that were at my local game store and was like, Ashley, that is a fascinating question. How do we make people realize that their pain and anger ultimately stems from capitalism when blaming capitalism is a trigger that let them disregard your comments? That is I don't have a good answer for you. I wish I did. It's not something. One of the things that Robert Evans said in our interview was that, like, fact checking doesn't fucking work. Like I would love to say that fact checking, as somebody who fact checks, I would love to say that that's the way you got to do it. Oh, just show them the facts. But you need a more emotional, evocative response than that. And unfortunately, while the liberals have loved to fact check everything Trump says and, I give this 10 Pinocchios, that does not get at what people actually want to hear, which are answers. And granted, Trump and the right wing might not give you the answer as a roadmap to fix the problems in your life, but they will give you an answer to who's responsible. And for so many people, that's what they want. They want some kind of answer. They want some kind of direction to point their finger and say, fuck you. And Trump and conservatism and Nazism, all this shit bundles together so well because it gives them that. And meanwhile, you have just liberals sitting on the sidelines being like, well, actually, this is incorrect. And actually, you're a fascist for this. And it's like, okay, cool. You are counteracting. Well, no, you're not. You're playing defense, but you're not actually counteracting, right? It feeds the lizard brain. Yeah. Kinker Plunk, yeah, exactly. People want a solid narrative and they want someone to blame. And the lucky thing for people left to center is that the people to blame are on the right. I don't know why the Democrats don't talk about it. Instead, just fact check and act like idiots. I mean, like, I think a lot of it is because what we were talking about earlier, where so much of the modern Democratic establishment gets a lot of their funding. They get a lot of their votes. They get a lot of their support from a lot of the same sources and a lot of the same donors and a lot of the same corporations that help fund the right wing. And especially when you think about the ties that they have to the military-industrial complex, the pharmaceutical complex, like, they kind of don't want things to change because shit's been good for them, not for everybody else. Irish DC has used 100 biddies. Thank you. Yes, you're getting screwed over, but it's not immigrants. It's big pharma. It's the health insurance industry. It's the billionaires. Trump lost 200,000 jobs. 3 million people lost their health insurance under Trump. The attack line people should be taking. Yeah, they won't. They should, but they won't. Kath Moore. Where can I see the interview with you and Robert Evans? It is edited piecemeal. I interviewed him as part of a documentary that will hopefully be out. No promises, but hopefully Friday. Friday or Saturday is when I'm trying to really have it out. But yeah, the video I interviewed Robert for is part of that. Yes, Robert Evans. What? Wug. I know, I've been streaming for so long. All right, I'm going to go give Lady treats, and then we will keep going. Wug. I mean, okay, so Ace E9000, also worth noting, fact-checking doesn't work on people who aren't literate enough to have the conversation. The illiteracy among adults in this country is staggering and rising. That's two conversations that we can have, right? Because that is a conversation about how I don't think that is something you necessarily should make the mistake of attacking people for, right? I don't think that, and this is another like very stupid mid-wit liberal thing to do, my opinion, is to say, oh, look at all these Trump voters. They're just, I'm just going to vote for Trump. Like trying to depict every Trump voter as an ignorant, illiterate hick is one of the core mistakes that I believe cost Hillary that first election. Like, as soon as she said deplorable, not only did that give them a perfect fucking branding move to literally like wear deplorable shirts and hats and all this shit, but it's completely inaccurate. It gives Dems and liberals the false sense of who they're really up against. It is the perfect way to underestimate who you're actually up against, because you're not up against, with the Trump administration, you're not up against like the illiterate hill people stereotype that so many libs and Dems back then wanted to depict them as, that still wanted to depict all conservatives and Republicans as. You're up against Stephen Miller. You're up against Steve Bannon. You're up against people with college degrees, people like Richard Spencer, people who slick their hair back and wear finely tailored suits. Like, those are the people who will use and manipulate and take advantage of everybody else. Like, the core problem with the right-left divide, and this is what we were talking about with Luigi, is that I think the big wake-up call that Luigi has been a part of has been, hopefully more people will realize that the true divide in America isn't between the left and the right, it's between the rich and the poor. Because of how many people, conservatives, liberals, Democrats, all over the place, looked at what Luigi did and were like, I might not agree with it, but I understand it. But then you look at everybody who spoke out against it, from Trump to Kamala. Like that's the kind of shit that Dems and Republicans disagree on, or agree on, sorry. Exactly. Sterling Nash, you reach people where they're at. The way you combat ignorance is with education. Exactly. Could not have fucking said it better myself. Brody, thank you for $5. You should also check out Andy getting bodied by Actman in a debate. I did. We watched that whole fucking thing. A couple months ago, weeks ago. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for $4.99. We steal the tactic. Don't say capitalism, say mindless commercialization or consumerism. Same with woke terms. I mean, so there's this fascinating thing I've noticed happening. I mean, it's been happening for a couple years now, but there is this flip going on, and we're going to see a lot more of it as conservatives start to take over what I suspect will be. On that subject, I'll talk about this really quick. It was So for those who don't remember, a couple weeks ago, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, which was a Disney Plus animated series, had a scene, or an entire episode, featuring a trans girl player on a school sports team. Episode was entirely cut. And I talked about it a little bit in terms of, I think we're going to see a lot more, especially as we have this government that is entwined with just these culture vultures like Elon Musk, who quite literally want to control the culture. You're going to see a lot more cowering to conservative values in media. And that's not necessarily to say every trans person I see that gets big on YouTube has the same archetype and I don't fit it. What archetype do I fit? Do I fit an archetype? I did not know this. Yeah, no, it's Cyborg Grizzly Games. That's what we're talking about right now. It is clear skin, symmetrical features, full hair, soft features. Thank you. I mean, not everyone fits that. There are plenty of people who fit that. Also, I don't have symmetrical features. You can see it in a lot of my videos. My eyebrows are not straight. Like that's the way you can actually see it here if I hold my head straight. Like this one's higher than that one, and it makes it. Let me tell y'all, chat. If you ever see my eyebrows are unaligned, let me tell you, because it's a fucking bitch to put on eyebrows when your eyebrows don't match up. Hey, Pobity's nerfect. You'll find your audience. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, conservative values in media. I think we're going to see, we're going to see a lot more of this. We're going to see a lot more companies fearing reprisal as we have, because there is now an A to B to C. Like Libs of TikTok, Higher Right Chick, we've confirmed this, she's had personal conversations with people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been hanging out with Trump, who's about to be president again. Like, we have gone from a point where somebody who Libs of TikTok used to just post like, oh my gosh, look at this. Like, people would just send her shit to get mad over. And it would be like, look at this. You know, here's Nightshade in the... Do I still have... Did I put that away? Boo. I think I did. I had my Nightshade down here for the longest time. Boo. Anyway. Here's Nightshade in the new Transformers TV show. They're trying to train your kids with this non-binary robot, right? So, like, now, Libs of TikTok can post that, and 20 senators will share it. And Elon Musk will repost it saying, concerning. And so, like, the A to B to C is much shorter. For actual, and how long before, like, I guarantee in the next year, we are going to see Libs of TikTok, like, there's going to be some gay character in a kid show, in a TV show, that makes it through. And Trump is going to be president and retweet it. And saying, we need to look into this. What they're doing to kids is wrong. Like, that's what we really... Anyway, that's a whole thing. The point I'm trying to make is... there is going to be this paradigm flip on wokeness, I think, that conservatives are not really prepared for. Because for so long, growing up, all I heard about it, is how, libs are the puritanical ones. But no, they're like, they are the puritanical ones, but far more than ever. They're trying to create this incredibly safe, sanitized version of culture that, I'm sorry, the culture isn't feeling it, and the culture will never feel it. Even if, mainstream corporate media, stuff like Disney, HBO, like all that shit gets sawed off and dumbed down, and all the edges get sanded off to appeal to the mass audiences, which is like we're seeing right here. It's the shit that always happens. This is nothing new, right? But we're still going to have things that strike a chord, that are going to have trans people and black people. Yeah, concerning and looking into this as 30% of Elon's vocabulary. Sunny Fox, attention spans are so much lower now that I'm not surprised that sub-sentence length posts on social media are being taken as news/journalism per chance. I mean, yeah. It is... when I talk about, I use this phrase every now and again, and I kind of want to explain what I mean. But when I talk about like people are all kind of going crazy, that's one of the things I mean. Excuse me. Is that our brains are being melded, and this is gonna make me sound like a woo-woo, Alex Jones conspiracy theorist for a second, but walk with me here. Our brains are being melded, stretched, bent in ways that they are not meant to be. Part of that, a big part of that, is the internet and technology. The human mind is through millions of years of evolution, of all the things, the horrors, the pain, the suffering of human existence that we are prepared, that we have studied, we have created art, we have pontificated on, we are not meant to take in as much of the world as we do on a daily basis. The mind boggles, it reels at the idea. Compare what we know about each other now. Compare what you know about your mutual friends. I have thousands, hundreds of mutual friends on Twitter, for example. A lot of them I've talked to in DMs. I know things about hundreds of people. Most of them I've never met. Compare that to the human brain of 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. And I think we've reached this breaking point of information where, yeah, a generation came up on that, and a lot of people are like relatively fine. I think a lot of us, somebody was saying in the chat, like, well, we've kind of adjusted fine. Yeah, I think like by and large, people, I feel I've adjusted fine. Would I be better without the internet? Yeah, probably. Like my mental health would be if I didn't have to look at pictures of people dying. Like I talked about the other day, but when I was doing research for the documentary, I just came across Nazi propaganda of somebody literally getting their head cut off. And that image is just in my head forever. So it's like, that's not something I was meant to see. That's not something my parents thought would happen to me when I came into the world, but it's something that the internet showed me. But then you have people whose brains were not really crafted in that crucible of the internet, right? And as older people especially have gotten more online, so much of the way that they used to take in information from media sources, where it's like, oh, you read it in the paper, you trust the paper. Well, they see a Twitter account that says news. They're like, oh, well, obviously I can trust this. And from there, I think it's just snowballed and continued to snowball, where like now I look at Gen Z, and say what you want about millennials and even some Gen Xers, but like the people who grew up in the kind of early halcyon days of the internet, who were on the internet forums in the early 2000s all the way through to the mid 2000s, were far more savvy. And I think it's because we had that period of growth to kind of gird us. And you see, and then, don't get me wrong, there are idiots in every generation. Like this is not something that is specific to Gen Z, but I am seeing the proliferation of conspiracies that are being pushed by people like boomers happening a lot more among Gen Z, especially in places like TikTok. Gen Z and millennials. I saw a millennial girl the other day, who was, God, what was she saying? Oh, she was holding up like a thing, a disc, and being like, see, and this is how we know that the firmament is real. Yeah, Banana Brains, we can go raid Jack at the end of the stream. Anyway. Thank you, Bruce Magnuson. You got me off on a tangent. Mighty Mulatto, sorry, 13 minutes ago. Thank you for $5. Dude caught a terrorism charge for wanting universal health care. Indeed. Indubitably. Although I do not know if universal health care was his goal. A noble goal indeed. All right, everybody. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I'm Arcade Prism. Gen Z here, I agree with your assessment. Must admit, I am more scared for Gen Alpha, though. I'm terrified for Gen Alpha. Yeah. I think Gen Alpha is like here's the thing with Gen Z and Gen Alpha is that we have a foundational issue with information retention, information control, and like just teaching people. Like we were just talking about with research and journalism, just teaching people how to, and this is something I've talked about it before. If I ever become a politician, God forbid, but if I ever become a politician, one of my big things, my big platform, will be media education. Because I've talked about it before on here, but when you look at how we as a species, as a society have advanced technologically, it has been so fast in such a historically small amount of time, and education has not compensated for that at all. We've gotten to a point where it is no longer enough. First off, like the big problem is we're not literate to begin with. Like most people cannot read like advanced literature when they leave high school and college. But then what does that say about media literacy? The ability to sit down and watch a classic film. The ability to take away ideas from a film. The ability to parse the subtext of a film. And you see these problems, you might be like, okay, well, you know, who needs to take away the subtext from like a Star Wars movie or a Marvel movie or something, right? But these are real problems. Because look what they lead to. They lead to, and this is actually a great segue into what we're talking about with AndyPants, where you have these culture wars being fought about like, oh no, video games were always for men. It's like, no, not really. Oh, these characters were always anti-woke. No, not really. And I think the same thing can be said for music, same thing can be said for journalism, same thing can be said for literally any media we consume, because we do not have anything to kind of teach people, hey, there's a massive ecosystem out there, and it's all fucking connected. And so you just throw people out into the world where now you have fucking AI. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like all that shit like scares the fuck out of me with Gen Alpha. 404 Lyric, thank you so much for $5. Hi, finally caught your stream. You're seriously one of my favorite comfort channels. Aw, I don't know how good I am as a comfort channel, but thank you. I appreciate it. Grays, to be fair, maybe that's not about media literacy, but well, I think it's all interrelated. Like, I think it's all interrelated. Irish DC, gonna call it a night now. Hope you all have a good one. Also, title still says Black Ops 6 on Twitch. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing a little bit of Black Ops 6 as we watch this dumb bullshit. I need to rest my voice a little bit. I've been talking basically nonstop. So let's go to. Oy boy. Oof. Oofa. AndyPants. All right, AndyPants, let's go. AI fucking sucks. Ban it. I would if I could ban AI tomorrow, absolutely would. It won't, because it makes people a lot of money, inexplicably, I mean, it's a bubble right now, but It is a bubble. Like, tech bubbles come and go. We've seen it all over the place with virtual reality, augmented reality, VR, fucking, you know, the meme coin bullshit, NFTs. God, NFTs. Remember how stupid the world was with NFTs? But like, I haven't seen the inertia that AI has had. I really haven't. Metaverse, oh god, fucking metaverse. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, Ale, thank you very much for $5. Anyway, have some extra money. He's been listening while delivering all the holiday packages. Hope Chad is having a good day / enjoys the holidays. Thank you for your service. Braver than the troops out there in this cold weather. I mean, so Drax's Stormscope, VR is still popular. That's not what I'm saying. Like, bubbles, when bubbles burst, they don't necessarily go away. But, like, the metaverse is not the thing it once was. You know? Yeah, let's... AI is the future. Embrace it. That sounds like something a robot would say. What's your model number, Kyle? Huh? Was the metaverse everything? Oh, they fucking tried. Yeah, they put money into the metaverse. All right, let's go. All right, I will copy and paste that, Misanthropic. All right, 22 minutes. Let's go.
This is so good. Because he's a homo?
All right, right. God, already fucking starting off with the fucking lazy ass Always Sunny music. So for those who don't know, at the Game Awards last week, the new Naughty Dog game was announced. And people are mad for the wrong reasons. They should be mad because Neil Druckmann is a talentless Zionist hack who only knows how to steal other people's ideas and try and repackage them. He wants to be Kojima so bad, but has no idea how to tie narrative to actual gameplay functions. These are my hot takes. These are my hot takes, everybody. Oh yeah, that's Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's my bad. I don't like Neil Druckmann. Never have. He's given me the ick for years now. So I am always firmly on the fuck Neil Druckmann train. But not because he's Jewish. Because he's like a Zionist, like very obviously. And so there's this weird fucking divide where, yeah, I'm on the fuck Naughty Dog, and I think Naughty Dog doesn't make very good games train, but also, not for the reason these guys are gonna say. Not because, like, the woman has a shaved head. Who gives a fuck? But that is going to be, I'm willing to bet, that is going to be the crux of the argument made here. So, let's see.
And he wants to be the woman in the relationship.
The future is here whether we like it or not. We need to not just accept it, but
you have to force behaviors.
What's going on, guys? So another studio died today, and that studio is named Naughty Dog, and they previously made exclusive games.
I'm already, what is going on here, dog? I don't know if y'all can see the screen. What are we doing here? We have Fucking, I'm gonna blow this up for everybody so y'all can see it better. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. What is this graphic design is my passion ass screen? Like, you've got this tiny little... First off, these games, not made by Naughty Dog. Star Wars Outlaws, Concord, Crash Bandicoot, Uncharted, Last of Us. Why the fuck don't you have pictures of those? What are we doing here, man? Jesus Christ. What a fucking loser. Fake PNG. Oxpecker, thank you for $5. Just came across a YouTube video titled, I broke my wrist masturbating. Anyway, how's your day? I'm going to say better than that guy. It sounds like a skill issue, if I'm being honest. Skill issue for real.
Hardcore domination. Secure the objective. Securing Zone A.
Games for PlayStation consoles, and they made such games as Crash Bandicoot, Uncharted, and the Last of Us series. And they just came out with possibly the most boring, just degenerate, repetitive girl slop trailer you've ever.
All right, I'm gonna say it. Y'all need to stop using the word slop because it literally doesn't fucking mean anything. People like Synth, and AndyPants is a synth simp. People like Synth like to use the word slop, but you tack it onto anything, and it's gone from meaning like, okay, if you want to call an Ubisoft game like open world slop, Ubislop, like whatever, like that's one thing. I get it. Like that game is incredibly repetitive. It is literally made to, like, you know, maximize microtransactions and all that shit. But when you are calling a game that has literally only had a teaser trailer slop, that hasn't even shown off gameplay, you're calling it, oh, this company is ruined. They're so degenerate. Like, what are we fucking doing here? What, like, words have meaning. God damn, this guy. All right. Sorry, chat. I gotta lock in. I gotta stop.
Ever seen in your life, and it is a game starring, you know, the ugly ass lesbian simulator. Just for a little background, last Friday at the Game Awards,
he's so mad.
The Cuck Legacy Media Shill Awards, they of course premiered this homosexual trailer, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet.
Homosexual trailer. Dude has never been so mad while trying not to sound so mad.
And everybody hated it, and it's absolutely getting bodied online. And mark my words, this will be the end of Naughty Dog. This
will be the end of Naughty Dog. That's basically what they said about The Last of Us 2, a game that sold very, very well. A game that had 2 female main characters. It did okay. It did okay. Like, again, you're not going to find me saying that game is good, but people like it.
Enemy UAV inbound.
People like it. So, I don't... Yeah, okay. This is great. Let's go.
Game will bankrupt them, because I had a friend from Ubisoft tell me one time, nobody buys a game because it's good. They buy a game because your last game was good. And so
what? Nobody buys a game because it's good. They buy a game because your last game was good. My friend from Ubisoft said that. Citation needed. I would like to counter your point with literally any indie game that was a financial success through word of mouth, like a fucking crazy thing to say in the year of like Balatro. A crazy thing to say when there are games out there like fucking Hotline Miami. That's just the first one that comes to mind. Yeah, nobody buys a game because it's good. They buy it because your last game was good. Yeah, nobody bought Dusk because it was good. They bought it because they played David Szymanski's previous game. You nailed it, bro.
Taking B.
Last of Us Part 2, they had the good, they tricked us, right? they tricked us with Last of Us Part 2, but in the words of George Bush, ain't gonna be tricked again. We're not gonna be tricked again.
That's not it. That's not.
Losing Bravo.
You fucking. You can't even. You're like, he's memeing, but he can't even quote the meme right. It's. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Well, won't get fooled again. Or something like that. Something to that effect. Like, what the fuck? God. Can't even meme right.
Gonna fall for this. We see it coming a mile away. It looks like warmed up. It looks like reheated, microwaved Star Wars Space Outlaws is what this garbage game.
Again, I cannot express enough this lazy fucking content where people, oh god, look at my culture warriors, dog. Look at my culture warriors. This is who we're up against.
Losing A. Losing Bravo. Hostile scout pulse in your AO.
Like, oh, sorry, that was my bad.
It looks like there's absolutely, people have pointed out, there's absolutely nothing appealing about this game or the trailer or the horrible brand product placement. So yeah, let's get into it. And I'm going to get into the memes soon. And I also want to talk about some of the inspirations behind this and just the pure evil of Neil Druckmann behind this. In case you don't remember, Amy Hennig and Bruce Straley were the duo that created Uncharted 1.
Now, you may notice he's pulling from the audience score for this, not the user review, or not the actual review, not the people who like professionally review games and play games. He's pulling from the audience score, which especially on Metacritic is heavily just like a terrible thing to do, because people with no life who are permanently stuck in a like third grade mentality will go on to defend the console of their choice anytime a new headlining game comes out. This happens on Xbox and PlayStation all the time. Like you still can't go on to any given Xbox or PlayStation game without fucking getting some dork being like, this is why Xbox rules, this is why PlayStation rules, blah blah blah. Like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing here?
Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, some of the most beloved video games of all time, some of the greatest video games of all time.
Here we go again. One of my favorite parts is always when we talked about this.
Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Oh, I tried. We talked about this in my Silent Hill video, where you can always tell when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about by how they talk about the past of the series. And it is such a red flag for him to be like, oh yeah, these are some of the most beloved games of all time. I wonder if he has any personal experience he's going to talk about. I will be legit surprised. I'll be legit surprised.
We've lost Alpha. Enemy UAV.
And then Uncharted 4 went a little bit woke. Apparently, Neil and Bruce added in the Nadine character, who actually, isn't it funny? Amy Hennig didn't even want Nadine in there, and fans hated it. And so Amy Hennig, I think, was pretty based when she was making these games. As you can see, Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann worked on Last of Us Part 1. And a lot of people have pointed out that Bruce Straley's basedness was kind of what held Neil Druckmann back from going full cuck, from just being a complete woke homo cuck degenerate. And so he was held back by Last of Us Part 1. But apparently his true gay communist...
Really quick, we know... Gay communist. I'm sorry, did you say true gay communist? All right, how old is this guy again? Chat, we know how old they are, right?
Securing B.
AndyPants is like, he's like 40, right? This is a grown-ass man talking like this. I'm not losing my mind here, right? All right, let me see. Let me go back. Sorry, I'm gonna die because I'm not looking at the screen. I want to go back a little bit.
His basedness was kind of what held Neil Druckmann back from going full cuck, from just being a complete woke homo cuck degenerate. And so he was held back by Last of Us Part 1. But apparently his true gay communist nature came out in Last of Us Part 2 because it was essentially a sermon. It was a sermon for white men, just to tell you how non-progressive you are and how you need to evolve. And he
I've heard a lot of shit about Last of Us 2. I have never heard it described as a sermon for white men about how they need to evolve. What? I know he didn't play that shit. I know he didn't. Like, I fucking didn't like The Last of Us 2. I did play it to completion. I played the entire fucking thing. Didn't like it. Oh yeah, he's 41. Yeah, oh, no shot. That's fucking sad, dude. Chat, if I'm 41 and I'm still using, like, internet slang, like, it is, to me, it is as embarrassing for a 41-year-old man to be calling things like based and cucked as it would be if he was saying, like, skibbity. Like, that is on the same level of cringe for me, chat. All right, let's go.
He did that by putting this muscly armed, disgusting lesbian woman in his degenerate game. They don't even care anymore. They
lesbian woman. Abby was straight. Abby was the straight one in that game. Again, this is how I know they don't fucking play this shit. The fucking people complaining don't play the games. Abby was straight. She famously has a sex scene with a man. God. Hardly working. This is like that scene in the 40-year-old version where he describes feeling a boob. It's like a bag of sand. God, fucking crazy. Base Skivity Riz. Ohio Gyat. Rizzler.
Game is successful because, as we'll see, it's just about getting the ideology out. All they care about is their gay.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. God, I'm only 3 minutes in. We are eating good. Apparently, AndyPants does have kids. This is so. This is my favorite. So he's gonna mention BlackRock here. I've already got a couple hints. He's gonna mention BlackRock. If you would like to see why literally everything he's going to say is a fucking lie and bullshit, you can go watch my video on Synthetic Man, because I debunk all the same fucking stupid DEI arguments. My favorite part of this conspiracy, and again, it's going to come back to the Jews in a little bit here, so anti-Semitism warning. I'm assuming. This is an assumption on my part. My favorite part of this is the idea that nobody cares if something makes money. They're just going to pour billions of dollars into these industries anyway. As capitalists? Nope. Nope. Nar, buddy. Like, why video games? Huh? Why video games and not fucking, like, Medicare? Why video games and not fucking real estate? Like, fucking riddle me that.
Christian, anti-God, degenerate, satanic ideology. That's what they want to get out at the end of the day. But guys,
I got every sentence is a new cornucopia of nonsense. I got. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna lock it down, chat. I'm gonna lock it down. No more. I'm gonna go at least. We're not pausing it until at least minute 7. Minute 7. Okay. I'll keep it going until minute 7.
This is the glorious thing is nobody wants this game. This game is getting absolutely cooked online. So you've got 83,000 upvotes. You've got 190.
He made a little diagram, bro.
Upvotes and 190,000 downvotes.
Bro.
On the other trailer, you've got 50,000 upvotes and 134,000 downvotes, and it's only gonna get worse, dude. Nobody wants your gay-ass lesbian space simulator game. And as we'll see here, Neil Druckmann was very excited about it. He said, "Blast off! Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet is our next big thing. Enjoy this first look at Naughty Dog's wildest adventure." The
director of the game is excited about it. Like,
but
what?
I want to ask him, Boo, why'd you turn the comments off, bud? Neil,
Because of
if you're
dipshits like
so
you?
proud of your game and it's creating dialogue and all this stuff, why'd you turn the comments off if you're so proud of it, bud? They know they're getting bodied online, and they'll call us.
Imagine being
transphobic,
40.
and they'll call us homophobic.
Am I at 7 minutes?
Here's the deal, boss.
Oh,
we have
I
the
still have
money.
like 2.5 minutes.
Neil Cuckman, you exist because of our dollars. When you don't jump and do exactly what we tell you to do, you don't get money anymore, boss. That's how it works.
I'm sorry. I said 5. I can't make it to 7. That's not how it works, because like you make up an incredibly small minority, a vocal minority, but a minority nonetheless of the actual buying public for these games. What? Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Imagine thinking, a couple things. Imagine thinking that what people say in an online comment section actually means somebody's being bodied in real life. But B, that you have a controlling say over Sony AAA games when you very clearly have not even fucking played the games you're talking about. Continue. Carry on.
Oh my god, dude! Does this not perfectly encapsulate what's going on the internet right now? New PS5 game, new exclusive PS5 game, and everyone on the internet is like my boy Tyrone Magus here, just like, huh? Like what's this about? What's going on?
You can't be saying that way, baby.
Oh my dude.
You can't. Look. I don't fuck with Tyrone Magnus, but like you cannot be saying my boy Tyrone Magnus with the racist shit you've said, dude. What? Hail, thank you for $5. Dad, you're having that issue again. You're using your brain. I'm trying not to. Mighty Mulatto, thank you for $5. It's like Lothrop Stoddard got cloned 100 times and this was the result. It's like multiplicity.
So somebody in my comments said the best a trans could get. A couple people in the comments were pointing out that they don't even know how to shave. Neil Druckmann knows how to do perfect anti-scopic multi-layered lighting on a character. Bud didn't even do enough research to know that that's not how you shave your head. Do you think
Neil Druckmann? Naughty Dog has a lot of fucking employees, dude. Do you think Neil Druckmann animated that? He didn't. I can tell you right now. Didn't. Oh, no, the forced laughing really does annoy me. Like I hate that shit so much. The just like fuck off.
Women being men, why not just be a man? Just play it, just make a game play. You clearly want to be a man, so why not just make a game being a man? This is the correct way to shave your head. This actually doesn't work at all. But that's because they got a butch space lesbian in there too. And the sad thing is, she's actually pretty. I mean, she's Tati or Tatiana or whatever her name is. She's a total leftist cuck shill, and she's pushing, satanic trans ideology. But when you see her in photos, it's like, okay, she's actually a pretty woman. So they made her even more ugly.
See, like that laugh, that shit's real. That shit's funny to me. This guy. Oh, this guy. Let's go. Satanic trans ideology. Oh man.
In this degenerate woke space game. This is one of the best comments on the internet.
Dog. Oh my god, you're citing manga lawyer? That's wild. That's crazy.
Learning the Law said Neil Druckmann of Naughty Dog in his upcoming PlayStation game Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, The Last Concordia. I always imagine
40 and this is what you're doing with your life.
My wife's girlfriend, bigger, stronger, and more diverse than me. That's
making
why I made
cuck
this
jokes
game.
and sharing. Like, this is the content too, guys. This is the content. If you ever find yourself wondering, ooh, I haven't tried this map. If you ever find yourself wondering, like, maybe they have a point with all their, like, maybe the anti-woke, maybe this stuff is going too far. Think about this. This is the content. Their proof is copying and pasting tweets, making jokes about somebody being a cuck. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, yeah.
For me, the dude is broken, and he has some kind of weird satanic fetish that he wants to push in every single game.
Do you know what satanic
means?
means?
It's disgusting, and it's like, Neil, keep your weird fetishes in your private time. Nobody cares, dude. If you want some big, strong, diverse woman to put a strap on and have sex with you, we don't care, dude. Keep your fetishes to yourself. Make more games like Uncharted. This is called it's just called bringing your private life into your public job, and nobody cares about this, Neil.
I can't believe this motherfucker is gonna make me defend Neil Druckmann of all fucking people.
Sorry. This one's like pretty explicit. But is this not exactly what's going on?
No, it's not.
You know, we all know men who are betas. We all know men who are cucks.
Like,
Neil
put together
is the
a fucking
definition of
putting
a cuck,
together,
and he wants a strong woman to
like,
scoop him up in his
PowerPoint
arms
slideshow
and
would be
take
more
care of him and be the
fucking effort
man
than
in the
this.
relationship because he's a pussy. Because he's a homo and he wants to be the woman in the relationship.
What?
It's like, dude, you're a cuck. You've been cuckified long ago. You're not a man. It's like, dude,
What
be
the
a
fuck are
freaking
you
man. Stop
talking
being
about?
a pussy. Somebody said, why not fully commit to making them a guy? Seems like that's what you were going for. They'll look at a game like Uncharted and say, oh, we don't want to.
I can't tell if he's laughing genuinely anymore. Like, I want to say the laughter still sounds forced, but like, I think he does find this shit entertaining to some degree, and that's like dark to me, honestly. Oh, oh. Ah, that's fair.
Like that. Oh no, we want a woman who acts like a man instead. Like, explain that to me. It makes no sense. Just put a guy in there if you want somebody who acts like a guy. Real Talk TV. This is everybody's face right now. This is everybody's face after looking at this stupid game. I loved this comment. Daily White Pills said, no amount of nostalgia bait, concept car porn, retro synthwave soundtrack, 90s anime throwbacks, etc. will ever be enough for me to consume this cappuccino-colored mongoloid androgyny propaganda.
Whoa!
Exactly, dude, because I was talking about this in a video.
Whoa! Cappuccino color mongoloid? Dog. After you just called Tyrone Magnus, and you had the, again, like, not defending Tyrone, but you said Tyrone Magnus, quote unquote, my boy? What? That's fucking crazy that YouTube, it would be a shame if YouTube were to find out about this. I'm sure they would hate this kind of racism being on their platform. That's fucking crazy. Him supporting and sharing, calling a person of color a cappuccino colored mongoloid. I am sure that YouTube would be quite displeased if they knew this was happening. I am sure.
They're walking all over you. Have some goddamn pride.
A couple days ago, who you are playing as is the most important thing about a video game. Character is probably the most important thing about a video game. So to think that you're going to put your propaganda goy slop into our game and we're going to fall for it is hilarious, Neil. Here's a couple people fixing the game. Like, bro, Game on the Left, isn't it so sad? They could have kept $400 million if they made one little change. Make the character attractive and feminine, like the character on the left. And guys, mark my words, no one is going to play this. We gave them enough rope to hang themselves with Last of Us Part 2, but we're only going to fall for it once. This game is going to be a complete and utter failure. I'm fixing.
All right, chat. They keep acting like Last of Us Part 2 was the first time they said all this shit would happen. Nar, baby girl. I remember old heads, such as myself, remember a mythical time called 2016 where Uncharted 4 came out. And in the wake of Gamergate, everybody at the time called that shit woke. Everybody said Naughty Dog is dead. Let me see if I can fucking find it. Ooh, you know what? I got it. Nope, it's all gonna be fucking annoying. Great. I can't fucking Oh, here we go. 8 years ago, feminist crap in Uncharted 4 WTF. Well, that's probably the only one I'm going to be able to see, just because the new shit is taking over the fucking timeline. Damn it. That's the grift cycle for you. Mighty Mulatto in before he starts railing against mud sharks. Oh, oof, oof. Yeah, and I've seen the series shit. I talked a little bit about this, like, oh, I haven't played this map either. That's the fun thing about new Call of Duty games, is that you don't play it for like a month and you go back and there's new shit.
Kill order. Remind the fugitives that actions have consequences.
This BS every time I see it pop up in my
Oh, that's fucking telling. Dude. Bro, that's fucking a crazy thing to be like, yeah, this is what I want. FBI, this man right here. Chris Hansen, come in, sit down. We'd like to talk to you about something. God damn, dude.
timeline, somebody posted this.
Yo, his
Nate
fucking
said nobody wants to play as an ugly ass lesbian in space.
This man has a folder on his desktop that just says taxes, 1998, FBI. Open that up. There's some stuff in there you'll probably want to take a look at. Well, you probably don't want to take a look at, but you'll need to take a look at for the case. Continue.
Facts. A girl said this, and I thought this was a great comment, just getting the woman perspective. Red flag number 1, character is ugly. Why did you make Tati Gabrielle ugly as F? You people seem to hate beautiful women, I effing swear. It's like I've said in my other videos, they want every man to be a woman, and they want every woman to be a man, and it's because their father is Satan and they're evil. From the studio that got rid of all the people who originally made those games you loved as a kid and that we still take credit for. Dude, doesn't this just sum up all of modern video games? They're trying to pull the nostalgia strings while they...
It doesn't just sum up all of modern video games. No. No, it doesn't. I don't know why you think it does. Like, sorry. Like, maybe if you didn't just play the fucking flavor of the week and you actually experienced some goddamn video games. I'm just saying. Has bro even played Metaphor? Nah. Has bro even played Dragon Age Veilguard? I know he hasn't. I know he hasn't. I know he's not on that good. God damn, that fucking person is insane.
They know that nobody who made those games is there. The same thing is happening with Avowed and Obsidian. Obsidian keeps referencing Fallout New Vegas, knowing dang well that nobody who made that game is at the studio. Dragon Age, they keep pulling the strings on the old Dragon Age game, knowing dang well that nobody who worked on those games is at the studio anymore. Somebody said this: the most surprising thing about this trailer is that Sony left the comments. You know, obviously there's nothing surprising about this woke
I'll play
abortion
something
of a
else. My
game.
gameplay is
the
not
only
not doing it
surprising
right
thing
now.
is that the comments were left on. I had to post one cope comment because there's quite a few people who are coping online for this.
Bro, you're coping.
Somebody said, "She is ugly." No, you are ugly. Like, I don't get it. Are you insane? She looks so effing cool. A character does not have to look effable to be a good character design.
Facts.
And by the way, she also looks effing good. Pretty face, bald, and tatted. She kind of reminds me of Microsoft on Instagram. I don't know what she's talking about. Majority of these people complaining about the looks from this character are way too ugly to land a woman this pretty. Clearly somebody who's swapped their genders multiple times or chopped off their dick wrote.
Clearly. Oh my God.
Wrote this comment. So for the second half of this video, I want to dive deeply into Neil Cuckman.
Oh, please, buddy, do. Please do. Hello, dog. Hello. Dog says hello to everybody, by the way. You just want to say hi. Okay. Come on. Do you want to bring me your ball? Where's your ball? Do you have your ball? Where's ball? Go get ball. 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 Bring it here. Bring it here. Ball. Bring ball. Bring ball. You were just sniffing it. Ball. Right there. Right there. Okay, sorry. Dog does not know ball, apparently. All right, let's go. I love dog too.
Ideology because it is pure evil and it goes very deep. John Trent over at Fandom Pulse wrote a great article. Apparently the whole plot of the game has leaked online. It says the leaker is supposedly a disgruntled Naughty Dog member who hates the direction the company is going as Druckmann gets more powerful and influential. There's other tweets. We know that Naughty Dog is a very woke company. So I imagine there's a few normal people still left at the company. And then there's these woke activists like Neil Druckmann and like others who have taken control of the company. We're never going to get an Uncharted again. We're never going to get a Last of Us game that's based again. We're just going to continue
Was
to
the
get...
first Last of Us game based? I'll tell you what the first Last of Us game was based on. The Walking Dead. Oh! Got him. Fuck you, Neil Druckmann. Have an original idea. Ayo, fucking swooshed it. Let's go.
Woke garbage from this company.
And then as far as with non-binary and transgender, I hope that we just start seeing that the future is here whether we like it or not. We need to not just accept it, but...
That's right.
Okay.
Chopping
I didn't know...
kids' dicks off, giving kids puberty.
I didn't know Tati was based. I'm sorry. Okay. Tati knows ball. For real. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on, computer.
Blockers, molesting children, being PEDOs. It's here to stay whether you like it or not.
He wants to call trans people...
And that's right, and you must embrace it.
He wants to call trans people pedophiles and molesters when we just saw what he wants the female character to look like, and it's a fucking... Where was it? There's that one in between. Great, YouTube isn't picking it up. It was a child. It was only on it for a couple seconds, so it didn't show it. Cool.
First, these people, we'll talk about this in a second, but first these people just wanted, quote, acceptance. But now acceptance isn't good enough. Have you noticed
fallacy.
that?
Let's
Acceptance
fucking
isn't
go.
good enough. Now they must be bowed down to and worshipped.
Bowed down to. Where are trans people accepted, buddy? Where are they accepted that they aren't being kicked out that they aren't being fucking legislated against, that they aren't being excluded arbitrarily like people like you want to. Dog, I love you. No. You need to calm down. You need to calm down. All right, I'm going to go give her a treat real quick. I'll be right back. She skibbity on my wrist till I yacht. Okay, let's go.
Embracing something and seeing not only the beauty of it in it, but the way that it contributes
It's not beautiful. It's disgusting.
to the world and contributes into the way that anybody of any gender, race, creed, color can form their identity and can walk through the world with pride and their chin up high, like I think is so
I guess I
important
didn't
for the
know
generation coming behind
what
us.
Tati's
She talked about
pronouns
forcing behaviors. I want to remind you of this guy again. They don't care if the game fails because behaviors have to be forced.
Employment this year, and what we're doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted. Okay,
We're doing the same thing.
and so it's just you have to force behaviors.
What they're talking about there is not forcing literal behaviors. They're talking about forcing company behaviors, as in internal mandates to align with their company values so they can continue making more money because they're a corporation. They don't have feelings. They do not feel anything about progress socially, which is why as soon as there's been a lot of pushback, they fucking shaved it off because these people do not fucking care about trans people or social fucking progress or any of that shit. And the longer this goes on, the more ridiculous it gets how much of a conspiracy there is around this shit.
And
there it is. You have to force the gay satanic agenda. And
What?
that's exactly what Neil Druckmann is doing. He's forcing his gay.
Oh my god, this dude is so fucking cooked. He says, there it is. You have to force the gay satanic agenda after showing a clip that does not fucking say that. Crazy.
Satanic
Crazy.
agenda. Somebody said this on Twitter and it was great. They said first they wanted to be accepted, now they want to be worshipped. And that
Bro found his way into a T4T kink thread and thought that was canon. Like that's what's happening here. Ugh.
Your plan to get us through is a good one. I gave advice and people
Don't go into places you're not wanted, baby.
too little.
That's exactly what it is. These people want to be worshipped. And do you remember when Satan said this to Jesus? He said in the Gospels, all this I will give you, he said, if you...
Oh my god.
So what now? What can I do?
Oh my god, he's so fucking dumb. He's so fucking stupid. He's unironically saying, I'm gonna turn on music a little bit. Yeah, this is the guy Actman fucking dog walked. He is okay. This is wild levels of like Facebook brain where he is taking a quote somebody said on Twitter that trans people want to be worshipped and associating it with something from the Bible as if it happened like in real life, that as we all know, hey, remember that time? Like, these people vote. This is how in touch with reality are, and they vote.
You will fall down and worship me. That is what they want. It begins. It always begins with acceptance.
Oh my god!
And then they quickly move on to, oh, now I must be celebrated. Celebrate pride. Celebrate their disgusting lives and their disgusting degeneracy. Neil Druckmann used to tell stories. Now he tells sermons. Now he tells
he doesn't even attribute that. What do you want to bet he just made that shit up? What do you want to bet he just made that shit up to be like, yeah, like, nobody else could see the link. Who said that? He just made it up to be like, yeah, see how many people agree with me? Damn, that's deep. And then just showing unrelated, like, how does he tell sermons? How does he promote this satanic agenda? Come on, buddy. Come on. Are you, okay, chat, listen, come here. We gotta talk about this. I bet you, before the end of the video, I bet you we're gonna hear 3 words in this order: synagogue of Satan. What do you want to bet? What do we want to bet? Put the numbers down, chat.
Degenerate homo sermons in his games. Somebody was talking about his alignment with Anita Sarkeesian. Somebody said, I guess some of the developers said that they liked her videos. People at Naughty Dog were liking Anita Sarkeesian's videos.
Imagine. Yeah, this is the voice of a person called fucking AndyPants. Imagine talking about Anita Sarkeesian in the year 2024. 2024. Bro, you were like 30 when that shit happened. You were too old for this dumb bullshit then. Goddamn.
Degenerate cuck said, Neil did like 5 years ago. Our studio is vocally/adamantly progressive. Just glad they aren't targeting the women who are actually on the design and narrative team. Look at this chick. This was one of the nasty designs from Last of Us 2.
That was a design for like a enemy character. I do not believe I played through The Last of Us 2 one time. I don't remember that character at all. I'm assuming that was an enemy character, so him. I mean, I'm not surprised that he's being super fucking disingenuous, but ass cancer of the video game world. Heavily inspired by Sarkeesian, citing her in a GDC talk and using her as an example of influence on his own agenda. Do you want to like show a quote of the thing you're fucking saying? Like when I say some shit, I try and actually like show proof. And I realize that his like barely literate audience will probably just take this as, aha, this is true. But come on, buddy.
It's interesting as we talk more about Neil's alignment with Anita Sarkeesian, also known as the ass cancer of the video game world. Druckmann was heavily, so this is, I got this from an insider at Naughty Dog. They said Druckmann was heavily inspired by Anita Sarkeesian, citing her in a GDC talk and using.
This is what Endymion has fucking started. This is what Endymion has started, where like anybody can say they just know an insider and just say whatever shit they want. Yeah, okay, dude.
Her as an example of influence on his own, quote, agenda. His horrible writing decisions had to be reined in by other people during the development of The Last of Us 1, and it goes to show he held a grudge for that, considering the ideas that were thrown out resurfaced in part 2 to serve his own ego, and the game suffered in quality for it. Guys, isn't that wild? Doesn't that go exactly back to what we were saying with Bruce Straley and Amy Hittig? He tried to put...
Isn't that wild? Doesn't that go exactly back to the shit I was already making up? Yeah, that's fucking... Wow, that's crazy how that not evidence works. Hooded Death, thank you for following. You think somebody would do that?
His
just go on the
gay
internet
communist
and tell lies?
ideas in the first game.
Communist.
People like Bruce Straley said, nah, not gonna happen. And he, and in his butthurt way, he was like, okay, I just have to get you out of here, Bruce, and then I'm going to push this stuff in the second game. But I read somebody on the internet say this isn't a character you're going to have fun playing as. This is a character you're being forced to play as. And that fits exactly with Neil.
How many, like, fucking, like, seriously, I read somebody on the internet say this. First off, sentence structure. Second off, Like, dog, what? All your sources are just like, yeah, somebody on the internet said this shit. Fucking whoop-de fucking Fruit Loops, dude. What? Who gives a shit? Ah, random Twitter user says this. Give me a reason to fucking care. You're just calling everything gay and communist, and it's just enervating. For some people, that's like a real thing that they care about and they fear, and it's fucking wild.
Cuckman's agenda, because he said in the studio, we don't use the word fun. It sounds like they should use the word ideology. But guys, now we're going to get into something a little bit
chat.
Controversial here, and please stick with me. And I just want to say right off the bat, I am not.
All right, let's go. Is he going to say he's not racist after praising a joke about cappuccino colored mongoloids? After sharing blatant Nazi racism, is he going to say he's not racist? Let's go. I'm not being anti-Semitic. You'll never see me say all Jewish people are blank. I'm pointing out Neil's religious beliefs. I'm feeling it. I can feel it in my feet. I'm getting the bad spider sense vibrations. Synagogue of Satan, chat. It's coming. It's coming.
Even though I think anti-Semitic is a ridiculous word, nothing I'm going to say here is going to be anti-Semitic, because I'm not saying that Jewish people are blank. I'm not saying anything about Jewish people.
Okay.
What I'm doing is Neil could watch this video and he could say, Andrew, you're a Christian and what you're saying is informed by your Christian beliefs. And I would say, absolutely. And I would point to Neil and I would say, what you're saying is informed by your Jewish beliefs. So just to be clear here, I'm not saying anything racist. I'm not saying anything anti-Semitic. I am simply pointing out facts about what people believe. It's pretty well known that the Jews rejected Jesus. It's known from the Bible.
Is he gonna fucking say the Jesus boiling in excrement? All right. Question. Here. This is gonna be the diverging point. Is he a Nick Fuentes asshole? Or is he a like Baptist NIFB church asshole? Or he could be both. We'll see. We know he's a conspiracy dipshit, so like it could go anywhere from here. All right, place your bets, people. Nick Fuentes, NIFB. Fuentes, NIFB.
That the Jews were the ones who put
Jesus.
Yeah,
also, somebody bringing up a really good point. If you have to say you're not racist, if you have to preface your argument, like bro is literally like, now, I'm not racist, but this is not a good start, Peepaw. Let's maybe roll it back a couple steps. Maybe start with the fact that if you have to say that, continue.
To death. Is it strange at all? Let me ask this question. Who were the first heretics? You could argue that the children of Israel were the first heretics. And is it funny, my fellow noticers, that Neil Druckmann, who is a son of Israel, he's from the nation of Israel, is it funny to anybody that he is pushing a game that is so anti-Christian and anti-God?
What?
I bleeped this out.
Anti-Christian and anti-God. We know nothing about the fucking game. First off, also calling yourself a noticer, that's just like 8chan shit. That is the bare level 4chan, 8kun, all that dumb bullshit Nazi. But like, what? Huh?
Out because it was so offensive to me. But there is a way that Jesus is described in the text.
Hey! What did I just say? Sorry, I could have read that. I didn't, because I don't actually give a fuck that much. But like, what did I just fucking say about the Jesus boiling in excrement thing from Publishers Weekly? Hey!
Talmud. The Talmud is an absolute satanic scripture.
So Lane, is Lane Kaplan in the chat? Because I know Lane would be able to help me parse this shit. Because I forget the details of the Talmud and how it, like, comes together as far as, like, the commentaries. No, you see, because, somebody saying, aren't the Jews God's chosen people? They were, until Paul said in a letter to the Ephesians or whoever the fuck that the Jewish people who Paul was talking about, the people who were persecuting Christians at the time. But they took it as all Jewish people are the synagogue of Satan, and that's what racists have continued forever.
And it says things about Jesus that I don't even want to say on here because they're so disgusting. Intergalactic, the heretic prophet. And I'll ask you, who were the first heretics? And then think about Neil's alignment with his religious beliefs.
What?
Think about how similar these two symbols are.
You haven't proven
anything. Think about the fact that
Think
in the
about how
Gospels,
similar
Jesus
these
told-
two symbols are. And it's the fucking... Dog, you cannot be serious. Think about how similar these two symbols are. And it's symbols that aren't similar at all. He might as well have fucking shown a circle and a square. He might as well have shown like a star and a smiley face. Look at these two symbols and think about how similar they are. And it's the fucking Toyota sign and the Apple logo. Think about these two band logos and how similar they are. It's the logo for AC/DC and Metallica. Makes you think. You fucking moron. Oh my god. Oh my god. Incredible brain. Incredible brain. Thoroughly cooked. Just marbled. Oh.
Are. Think about the fact that in the Gospels, Jesus told these people that their father was Satan.
That's 2 for 2. Synagogue of Satan, baby. That's what he's talking about there. Also, you fucking moron. Revelation 2:9 and Revelation 3:9, where the term synagogue of Satan appears. In these passages, Jesus refers to a group that persecutes the church and claims to be Jewish, but is not. Jesus makes reference, which notably, all right, whatever. I guess if Jesus says it in the chapter, but notably, Jesus was not alive when Revelation was written, and it was written by Paul, so... I don't think it's fair to attribute that one to Jesus, but whatever. Technicality, I guess. Did we get the JQ? We're in the middle of the JQ.
I'll just allow y'all to connect the dots yourself. Isn't it interesting that in the game, what did the game start off with? They said the suffering of generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. Huh. Now, I think this means at least two. The suffering of generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. I think this means at least two possible things. I think on the one hand, it means...
He goes from like, here's these world-ending conspiracies. Here we're talking about anti-Semitism and the devil and Revelation and people burning in hellfire. And here's what I think that means. Video games. God. Again, look at my noticers, dog. Ain't never winning the culture war. No, I do. You know what? We have suffered generations of esports. I agree. This needs to end. The esports menace must be fought against. That is fucking wild. Oh.
That Neil doesn't give a flip about what gamers think. He is pushing his ideology. He's ramming in his broken,
on that, like,
satanic LGBTQ.
Like, he's like 2 steps away from saying slurs, but he's on that Haya Rychik tip where it's like, I can't frickin' flippin' believe you, mother flipper darn heck. Like, I know in your spare time you say the N-word. Like, Andy, I know you have a Discord where you say the N-word and call people the F-slur all fucking day. And you get on here and you're like, these satanic mother flippers, you heckin' mean friggin' noticey, just bad folks, you just goy sloppers. Like, just fucking say the word, pussy.
Agenda, whether you like it or not. The suffering of generations, those are the gamers. You must suffer for him to preach his sermon.
I was joking. Okay, chat, we got to go back. All right, I need to. We got to. DJ, run that back.
To achieve our divine end. I think this means at least 2 possible things. I think on the one hand, it means that Neil doesn't give a flip about what gamers think. He is pushing his ideology. He's ramming in his broken, satanic LGBTQ agenda, whether you like it or not. The suffering of generations, those are the gamers. You must suffer for him to preach his sermon, to preach his satanic sermon to you. But also...
Oh, man. He's so serious about it. RDY2810, thank you for $5. I told you this was going to be crazy, by the way. Heading to bed. Hope you have a good night. You too. Get some good sleep. Midnight Dime, also thank you for following. The suffering of gamers? Oof.
The suffering of generations. Who wanted to be God? In Genesis chapter 2, who was it that wanted to be God? And it is Satan himself wanted to be God.
Baphomet, by the way, was not made in biblical times. I believe it was a symbol that originated in Freemason society. And it was actually, fascinatingly, has links back to, I believe, a mistranslation of something in Muslim theology. That, was sent back to England. Crusades. Here we go. Hey! Fucking called it. Modern scholars agree that the name of Baphomet was an Old French corruption of the name Muhammad, with the interpretation being that some of the Templars, through their long military occupation of the Outremer, had begun incorporating Islamic ideas into their belief system. Templars, so not Freemasons, although that shit gets tied together a lot. 1098 by Anselm of Ribamont, describing the siege of Antioch during the First Crusade. Anselm stated that the Turks called loudly upon Baphomet. Most scholars believe the name is an alteration of Muhammad or Muhammad. 300 years later, Philip IV of France had every Templar in France arrested, accusing them of such heretical acts as idolatrous worship of a bearded male head called Baphomet. By the 19th century, Freemasons, heyo, had also been falsely said to worship Baphomet. I didn't have the details right, but I got the spirit. Yeah, but like anytime you see somebody referencing Baphomet in relation to the Bible, you know they're a fucking idiot who have no idea what they're talking about, because it was wholesale made up by Christians. So fucking figure that one out, dude.
The problem is he's a pussy ass bitch and God crushed his head and he's a little homo. So yes, Satan is.
Dog. Okay. Mighty Milano, thank you for $5. So conservative Pharisees condemned radical and woke Jesus to death, and he paints them as woke and defends Jesus. Yeah. He is like throwing playground insults at Satan. It's like, yeah, my Jesus beat up your stupid devil, who's a little homo bitch. Oh yeah, what's your devil doing? Getting dick? Come on.
God. The problem is he's a pussy ass bitch, and God crushed his head, and he's a little homo. So yes, Satan is dead. Satan has been crushed under the feet of Jesus, but he still wants to be God. And so similarly, Neil doesn't care if this game fails. He wants to make movies and TV anyway.
Dude, how fucking... I realize, again, I've gotten into the mode of I have to fucking keep pausing it. How cooked does your brain have to be that you look at the biblical story of Genesis and the prophecy of Jesus and the part where it said, and you shall crush your head and you shall bruise his heel. Which is when Jesus died in the 3 days, went down to hell, fought Satan, all that shit. And you tie that to Neil Druckmann, which you've basically just made up all this shit about. You haven't provided any concrete sources, any kind of evidence outside of like literal hearsay. Which, again, you have also not even really provided sources for your own hearsay. So, good on you, I guess. Just all this for a 4-minute trailer. Yeah, let's go.
He wants to move on to bigger and brighter pastures because some of this, it seems to me like leftism and gay communism. It seems to be that it gets away. You get away with a lot more of it in TV and film these days than you do in video games. Gamers just absolutely don't put up with this stuff at all. So what I'm thinking, what I truly,
notably, there's no gay or queer people, and gamers don't put up with any of it. The games with gay people in it, they don't sell well. Games with pronouns, no, thank you. They don't sell at all.
I really think Neil's long-term goal is he's totally okay with this video game failing, because then he might get promoted and maybe he'll get to be a director or
You fucking moron. Now, again, I don't like Neil Druckmann, and I think he is I think he sees himself as more of an auteur than he has ever been. The dude co-wrote the HBO series. He's been working on the fucking HBO series, which like won Emmys and shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He just wants to, like, God, you, like, look up one thing about the things you're talking about. Mr. CC, thank you for $2. This feels like unresearched rage bait. Yeah. I mean, like, I think pretty much everything he does is rage bait, in that he's a fucking idiot. And, like, that has gotten him this far. So why change anything up now? Ayo, thank you for another $5. I would like to add, they don't mention the Akira references, stuff that they would be into if they used a brain cell. Yeah, I'm willing to bet they didn't, like, again, like, he just had the most visceral gut reaction and just went from there. Like, I don't think he looked into any of the references.
films or make TV shows, because he's got The Last of Us TV show as a backup. But let's go on to a bit more about the game. And I didn't even talk about this, but isn't it funny that in the scene where Joel is killed in Last of Us 2, Neil puts himself in as one of Joel's killers, and it's because he hates white men, he hates Christianity, he hates goodness, he hates good values, and he knows every white.
again, this is I know he didn't play the games. I know that. We know that. Come on, you and me, we know that. But The Last of Us games are very, very basic, morally gray morality plays. On the most surface level you can possibly get. A baby's first philosophy class. Like, is it right to do this? Is it wrong to do this? And the world is so dark and unforgiving. Blah, blah, blah. And it's a great case of, there's a thing going around the other day about how, like, you know, basically somebody saying, like, death of the author doesn't exist and, like, nobody understands the characters they write better than the writers. And it's like, well, no. That would mean that the Turner Diaries is an inspirational story. Maybe think about the extremes of your argument before you settle on the midpoint. But The Last of Us is a great example of this. Because a lot of people walked away thinking Joel is like a good character, and he's super fucking not. That was the point of The Last of Us 2. That was the problem that so many people had with this. They were like, oh, the cool badass character, the awesome dude I was playing, I got killed. It's like, yeah, because remember the shit you did in the last game? Where he was a fucking psychopath who took possession of a person that wasn't his to possess? Because he is a fucking monster who couldn't let go of his daughter? Like, that was the character y'all played. You just were more sympathetic for him. Like, that is the story of The Last of Us 1. It is Joel being a fucking psychopath and becoming, well, already being a mass murderer, but going on a rampage, spoilers, I guess, for The Last of Us, going on a rampage for Ellie. Joel was not a good guy, ever. He says as much. Again, I don't even like these games. Their stories are so basic. It is... Remember when I was talking about, like, media literacies? Like, how people need to learn more about media literacy? Perfect example. Perfect example of people needing to learn subtext. Have fun, Radio Bob, with your HRT. Yeah, no, it's directly in the text of the game. But yes, anyway, continue that again. And I know he didn't play it, or if he did, he probably walked away with the wrong message because he's a fucking idiot. I bet he thinks Tyler Durden is a cool character too. Continue. Yeah, we're almost done with this shit.
Christian man hates this junk. Just put a man in there if you want to be a man. Either be a woman or be a man. But why do you want to be a woman being a man? And what? It's because Satan is glorified whenever men become women and women become men. Satan is glorified by that. And guys, just to draw it all out, I want to catch all of the symbolism in here. You'll notice that.
That's great. I want to catch all the symbolism, proceeds to not catch any of the symbolism or references, proceeds to draw symbols where there are none, proceeds to, like, just pick random symbols and be like, look at how similar these are. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, we're almost through. Chat, we're almost
the main
there.
Character here, she gets in her spaceship and she turns on the CD player, and they're trying to lure us in with all this vintage retro nostalgia bait. And what song does she play? But It's a Sin by the Pet Shop Boys. No matter when or where or who has one thing in common, it's a sin, it's a sin, it's a sin. So it's mocking the idea of sin. That's what this song is doing, and that's what all of these people are doing. And now with this last comment, again, is it interesting to anybody else that the director of Chernobyl...
Hold up. Hold up a minute. I saw that, buddy. You've cut out a little bit here, methinks. You have your little thing set up. Let's go. Let's go back to this real quick because I saw something down there. With
A Sin by the Pet Shop Boys. No matter when or
it's very funny. He has woke content detector open in this.
where or who has one thing in common. It's a sin. It's a sin. It's a sin. So it's
All right, here we go. Here we go.
mocking the idea of sin. That's what this song is doing. And that's
Now, he's not being racist, but here's this picture of a Jewish rabbi. Now, I can't help but notice, AndyPants, that after you had a whole thing about how you're definitely not being racist, that you skipped over this, I think. I'm gonna be curious if this comes up in the last minute, because it goes from this, and we'll see, which he
what
hasn't
all
done
of these
yet.
people are doing.
From here?
And now with this last comment again.
Hard cut to the end, even though most of this has just been one prolonged take. Did you notice too much, Andy? Were you cutting it too close? Huh? I bet you were. It's okay. I'm pretty sure this video is enough of a TOS violation on its own.
And is it interesting to anybody else that the director of Chernobyl, who was also the director of Last of Us, is also of a particular religious persuasion?
Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, you know what? That's my bad. He was saving it for the surprise. He thought he would get you with it. Hello, pup. Hello, pupper. Rabbi Chaim Druckmann. I believe Neil Druckmann's last name is spelled with 2 N's. Yeah, his last name is spelled with 2 N's, you fucking moron. So it's not even the same last name. You fucking idiot. You goddamn... Look at my gamer gators, dog. Look at my culture warriors. Yeah, no, like the Angry Goose, the director of the Chernobyl, the HBO series, which is how, because HBO got the rights for a Last of Us show, so the showrunner of the very successful Emmy whatever HBO Chernobyl series got attached to the Last of Us show. Like, that just makes sense, dude. It just makes sense. Whatever. Who gives a fuck?
Druckmann is a very common son of Israel last name. The director of Chernobyl is of a certain religious persuasion. Neil is of a certain religious persuasion. And as I've said before, I'm not anti-Semitic in the slightest. I'm just pointing out people's religious views. So guys, just to
So I'm not anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy, dude. I'm not anti-Semitic, but all of these people are satanic. All Jews worship Satan, and they should be banned. How? Yeah, definitely.
close this video out.
Definitely not anti-Semitic.
This thing is satanic. It's goy slop.
Oh, is it? Ban isn't the right word. You let it slip. I can't fucking... The low effort of this gets me every fucking time. Like, you put no effort into this shit. 40,000 views, dog. 50,000 views. Firespark. He does kind of sound like the guy who said Spider-Man 2 is satanic. I wonder what that cat's up to. I should go check that video. I don't remember what that dude's channel was named, but I should go check, because that...
It's garbage, and we need to ban it into oblivion. There's the base reasons of not giving gamers what they want. That's a good 1.0 reason, but there's the 2.0 reason that this guy is mocking you. If you seriously are gonna let...
Okay. I think I have a little bit left in me. Call of Duty adds they them to Black Ops 6. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 6 woke games coming in 2025. Yeah, okay, that's the one we gotta check out. Woke crowd seething at Marvel Rivals success. They just make up any shit, don't they say? They just make up any shit. Yeah, woke as if we haven't been like y'all. We're woke, right? I'm pretty woke. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. Who the fuck has not been playing Marvel Rivals? What woke people? Christ. All right. I will just do why modern characters suck. I'm sure you know all about that. All right. Let's just watch this one because this was after the thing.
The Game Awards is that wonderful time of year where Jeff Keighley takes a break from the Diddy parties to see how much money people will pay him to put up their trailer in his 3-hour-long advertisement. The entire show is fake and gay and only viewed by 40-year-olds. I happened to be playing Marvel Rivals last night.
Is that? It's only viewed by 40 What do I even need to say? What do I even need to say? Nothing. Speaks for itself. Come on.
With a bunch of guys in their 20s, and none of them even knew what the Game Awards was. So Astrobot and Helldivers 2 won a bunch of awards. Cool. Anyway, what I want to talk about in this video is all of the ridiculous woke girl boss announcement in games that are coming out in 2025. People keep telling me, surely AAA studios will stop making woke games this year. I don't think you guys understand just how deep the rot is. And the Game Awards announcements last night proved exactly what I'm talking about. The entire Western AAA market is beyond.
Let's go. The entire Western game market is gay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the good shit, y'all. This is the good shit.
Cook. It simply needs to be burned down at this point, and we're going to keep playing games made in Eastern Europe and Asia until that happens.
It's so funny. So fucking funny. So fucking funny to be like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII is actually not gay and is super based. It's so funny to be like, yeah, no, games from Eastern Europe, like games that won awards at the show, Metaphor, actually is just full of completely not feminine men at all. Like none of those characters are I pointed out how so many of the characters in Metaphor are just like incredibly fuckable twinks, and I had a bunch of people be like, "Nuh-uh, there's nothing feminine about Lewis." I'm like, y'all. People were trying to argue with me that this character was not feminine. Like, y'all. This is one of like 5 fucking characters. I haven't even showed y'all more. These, by the way, these are 2 main characters. And then there's who's the there's the fucking character in the he's the yeah, I gotta find the Cuculus. That's who it is. Alonzo. Like, here is another one. These are just the characters in the game. But because it's Japanese, nobody's like, they're trying to feminize all our men. They're okay with it. Inexplicably, for some reason. Interesting. Much to think about. Dude, this video I just saw was so goddamn based. Based on what, Oxpecker? What's up with the anti-Semitic depiction to the right? Oh, were you talking about in the last one? That was probably fucking, what's his fuck from Persona 5? The, what the fuck is that? Y'all know the Velvet, yeah, Igor. Igor isn't, yeah, so Metaphors more is kind of like Igor, or it plays the same role. It is kind of goblin-eared, isn't it? Yeah, that's not great. I guess I never really noticed that. Moore is way cooler. Moore might be one of my favorite, like, room attendants.
Happens. All right, so I want to share with you guys some of these woke announcements that prove that 2025 will be the year of the girl boss. Number 1, The Witcher 4. As we all knew would happen, The Witcher has gone fully woke, and Ciri will be the main protagonist of the next game. As we feared for a while, the DEI rot goes all the way to the top, and CDPR has now become...
You never played Witcher 3, bitch. I know you never played Witcher 3. I know you never played Witcher 3. If you did, you'd know, at least if you got the good ending, you know that Ciri, in my good ending that I always get, Ciri, basically, her death gets fake, so her fucking fuck-ass father doesn't know she's alive anymore, and then she goes off on the path and becomes a Witcher. And then, in the perfect, the best ending, as many people will attest, Geralt goes and buys a vineyard with Triss, and they make wine together forever and ever and fall in love. And that's the official canon way Geralt's story ends. And I'll hear no different.
Fully wokeified. The Steam community forum for The Witcher has now been locked down. CDPR knew most fans would hate this, and yet they did it anyway. We see in this article with Geralt's voiceover talent that they did not want...
That was I've never had a moment like that scene in Inglourious Bastards where he holds the 3 up wrong. 3 drinks. But that fucking told me so much. Gerald? DJ, run that back.
We see in this article with Geralt's voiceover talent that they did not want this information getting out. As always, CDPR knows we hate this girl boss stuff, and they don't care. You know when a game takes...
Yes, as we all know, The Witcher, Gerald... Geralt, you fucking... Never played that shit. You never... Okay, it's fine. I know, like, we know this going in. They never played this shit. We know it.
An attractive female character and makes them ugly for absolutely no reason, that we've officially lost another studio to the purple hairs. Furthermore, series
again, we love having to use AI to illustrate our point. It shows that we're definitely on the right track and definitely not just making shit up to be mad about.
Eyes indicate that she is becoming a Witcher in this game. However, the lore and games clearly state that women cannot become Witchers. Oh, but I'm sure they have some explanation for it. Something about, you're just a hateful white bigot for asking a company to uphold a book's lore. Anyway.
You don't give a fuck about the lore. Don't sit here and be like, oh, you don't give a fuck about the lore. You don't give a fuck about the Witcher schools. You don't give a fuck about if she could undergo the trial of the grasses. She's the fucking child of prophecy, bitch. Like, what? She has incredibly powerful magic. Like, what? I'm not. Look, if Cirilla Ellen Fiona Rhiannon wants to become a fucking Witcher, that's fine. She can do what she wants. I believe she can do that. She's fucking fighting off the Wild Hunt and shit in the last game. Get the fuck out of here.
Anyway, The Witcher 4 is beyond cooked. Number 2, Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. This is the new action-adventure slasher game from Naughty Dog and Neil Cuckman, where you play as a buff Asian chick who looks...
Yeah, also, this completely, like... Okay, so the reason that they give that women can't usually undergo the trial of the grasses, which is the thing that makes a Witcher, gives a Witcher their senses, and it's an incredibly, like, it's a thing that already kills a shit ton of the Witcher trainees who undergo it. Because Witchers are kind of like a more fucked up version of Jedi, where usually they get their the wards that would grow up to become Witchers that make up the schools, usually get them as like payment for jobs, so they kind of just take them back to Kaer Morhen or wherever Kaer that they're from, and train them up. And Ciri was likewise, despite not undergoing the trial of the grasses, was still trained from an incredibly young age to be a fucking Witcher, to be a monster killer, to be basically superhuman, trained up to their standards. Like, it's okay.
Looks like a dude. Guys, what did y'all expect? Neil Cuckman is a known deviant beta cuck, so of course he wants the protagonist to look like a dude. He did this with Abby. Fans hated it. He didn't care. Now he's doing it again. I literally just made a video about how Neil Cuckman
Did he just call her overweight?
Hack and needs to be fired, and here he is again with millions of dollars making another game. Now, I assume this will only get worse as time goes on, but the IGN trailer for the game is currently sitting at 11,000 upvotes to 25,000 downvotes. The fans don't want this shit. And I assume that ratio will only get worse and worse as Sony gets more and more embarrassed. But guys, before we get into it, I want to tell you all about a little app I was using during the Game Awards last night to basically predict and bet on what games would win, and it's called Kalshi. So we all know that Astrobot won GOTY last night, and if I had to bet $100 on Astrobot, I would have made 157.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I could have turned that
7 minutes
in Chicago today. You can
Oh my God.
Kalshi.com/AndyPants. Be the first 100 people to sign up and deposit 100
in the middle. Shilling a gambling app in the middle of your fucking video? What's the matter, bro? You can't get like fucking incogni? Where's your Surfshark, homie? What the fuck? Split fiction.
Youngblood. Yeah, nobody played it and it failed miserably. Well, it seems Joseph Ferris, the guy behind It Takes Two, saw the incredible chemistry in Youngblood and thought, you know what? We need to bottle that Youngblood chemistry up again and sell it. Two corny millennial women saying things like, that just happened, and did you just see that? In between cheesy CGI renderings of things happening. This was one of the cringiest trailers I've ever seen in my life. It's likely nobody understood.
Didn't It Takes Two win Game of the Year? The year it came out? Like 2 years ago? I thought It Takes Two won, didn't it? People fucking loved It Takes Two. Like, you can kind of, like... What Joseph Fares has his thing that with, like, the two-player games, but he has his thing. Like, let him fucking cook. Like, I don't even necessarily like it, but, like... The dude makes original games. It's not like he's making the same game over and over. Hello, dog. Hello, pupper. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I will give you pets. I will give you pets. Yes, pets. All right, there you go.
Stands that it's still mostly men who sit at home and play on a console, but yes, the elusive modern audience that keeps never showing up for some reason. At this point, I just assume Joseph Ferris is a woke and gay degenerate, and I won't be touching this goy slop.
Goy slop, goddamn. Is that goy slop he keeps talking about? But not anti-Semitic. Not anti-Semitic. Just keeps calling it goy slap. Okay. Yeah, Way Out. I think Way Out was a little bit more cheesy.
Number 4, Dispatch. Aaron Paul stars in a new story adventure game from what sounds like some of the people who got fired from Telltale Games. Judging from the trailer, like every woke game, it contains beta cuck men looking like idiots. It contains a strong girl boss who hates gamers. Said strong girl boss beats up man in physical confrontation. Oh, and let's throw in some satanic elements as well.
It's a bat, so satanic. Great.
So it's basically a fantasy.
Is there nothing he doesn't think is whatever. Like, I know it's the same shit. He can make anything fit his agenda. Continue. Like, whatever.
Fantasy life simulator for broken homosexuals and purple hairs. Got it. Okay. Again, another girl boss game I won't be touching with a 10-foot pole. Number 5, Outer Worlds 2. This is an RPG coming from Obsidian. Notice in the trailer they're desperately trying to remind you that they were involved with Fallout New Vegas. Only problem is, basically, none of the people who worked on New Vegas are still at the company now.
Again,
it's
AI,
just a bunch of purple hairs and troons. To make matters worse, we know Matt Hansen, the art director on Avowed, is working on this game. And dude has publicly said that he won't hire white people to fill any of his job postings. How he hasn't...
Why did you actually show that? Because it was actually not what was said, but he won't show that. Does he think Rouge the Bat is satanic? Probably. Oh yeah, no, that's a full slur. Yeah. The fun part about not having like a script to your videos and doing very little editing is he probably doesn't even catch that shit because it just rolls through. So again, if you would like to, or if anybody should, dog, you are fine. You are fine. You are completely okay. All right, I am almost done. Give me a minute, dog. If somebody were to say, I don't know, report this for spreading hate speech and having slurs in it, I am sure if enough people did it, YouTube would act accordingly. But, geez, I don't know. It seems like not a lot of people will, so who's to say?
Gotten fired from Microsoft for that yet is mind-boggling. So if you thought the first game was bad with its gay relationships, just wait for Outer Worlds.
That is so telling about what he values in a video game. If you thought the first game was bad with its gay relationships. Also, again, I know you didn't fucking play the game. There are no romances in the Outer Worlds. Am I fucking imagining that? Yeah, there are no romances. The one you could do was Parvati, who was not a romance option for you. You helped them deal with their anxiety about asking a girl out. It was actually a really cute quest. But it was a side quest for a side character. There were no main romance options, you fucking maroon.
It's probably going to be the gayest RPG you've ever played. Number 6, Borderlands 4. With a movie that bombed earlier this year and lost the brand a ton of money, you would think BL4 would come out.
That's not how branding works. It lost the studio a ton of money, but 2K sold the right. Like it didn't lose the brand a lot of money. Not surprised. You don't know how anything works.
Swinging, but it seems the game is still woke as hell and didn't learn any lessons. The game begins with a kind of huge battle between two armies that looks very generic, and then we cut to the 4 heroes of the game.
Now, mind you, 2 dudes, 2 women, and the dude is as stereotypical white Chad as you could possibly get, and the bitches are still complaining.
2 of them being, of course, black lesbians. Borderlands 4 is yet again doubling down on the woke garbage. Let's see how that pays off for them. Guys, just in closing here, I want to talk about the new Mafia trailer, and this was the only thing from the Game Awards that had me really hyped. It looks based as hell. It looks authentic. The game is going back to its roots, and it's making an authentic mob game. This is what, I think it's called Hangar 13. This is what Hangar 13 has always been good at. So yeah, guys, I am so stoked for 2025.
He hasn't fucking, whatever. He doesn't even play this shit. Oh, it probably will be woke. Mafia 3 is one of the most woke games you're gonna fucking find. Like, it's crazy. Oh, boy. Alrighty, chat. Everybody hop in. We're going to go raid Jack. It has been a much longer stream than I thought it would be. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Thanks you to everybody who donated. Keep an eye on the channel. I have that documentary with Robert Evans I've been working on for so long. I hope everybody enjoys it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Go like and subscribe to Riverboat Jack over on Twitch, and I will see you all next time.